Chapter 1446. Elder Dongfang? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the group of outer court disciples around him was taken aback. There seemed to be only one Elder Dongfang in the outer court district, right? Moreover, he was the Grand Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court who was in charge of the entire outer court. In the Moon Illumination Sect, Elder Dongfang's position was even higher than some of the inner court elders. Pfft! Deng Wei sneered. Duan Lingtian, I think you're daydreaming. Who do you think you are to be able to get Elder Dongfang to be your witness and guarantor? At the same time, the group of outer court disciples around him looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically. They did not really believe Duan Lingtian's words. Although Elder Dongfang was the outer court's grand elder and was usually in the outer court district, he had always been elusive in the outer court. Moreover, many outer court disciples who had joined the Moon Illumination Sect 5 years ago had never seen Elder Dongfang before. However, Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just joined the sect for less than 2 months, actually said he could get Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet he set up. For a moment, almost nobody believed him. It seems like everyone is still skeptical. In that case, I'll set up another bet at the training field tomorrow at this time. Before that, I'll ask Elder Dongfang to make a statement. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the doubts of the group of outer court disciples around him. As for those who have placed their bets with me earlier, if you still want to get your bets back tomorrow, you can use the receipt in your hands to exchange for it. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and left, leaving behind the group of outer court disciples who were looking at each other, and Deng Wei who had a mocking smile on his face. Getting Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet? This Duan Lingtian really knows how to brag. Deng Wei sneered. Initially, he thought he could continue with the bet after Duan Lingtian left. However, he soon realized the group of outer court disciples no longer had the mood to place a bet with him. Do you really think senior brother Duan Lingtian can get Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet? I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible as well. However, judging from senior brother Duan Lingtian's tone, he seems very confident. Don't tell me Elder Dongfang has secretly accepted senior brother Duan Lingtian as his disciple? That's possible. Although Elder Dongfang's elder by surprise, he's still aware of what's happening in the outer court as the outer court. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's intus elder. I don't think it's possible. Why? Think about it. If senior brother Duan Lingtian is really Elder Dongfang's disciple, why would Elder Dongfang allow him to accept senior brother Feng Fan's death duel invitation? That Lingtian of Dun Lingtian's by of the Abak acts you by surprise Abak place s. Duan Gan. Lingtian. We'll know the outcome tomorrow. If senior brother Duan Lingtian is really able to get Elder Dongfang to be his guarantor, then I won't hesitate even if I have to go all out. At that time, I'll bet all my contribution points on senior martial brother Feng Fan. After the outer court disciples left, they did not stop talking. Not long after, the entire outer court district found out about Duan Lingtian's bet and how Duan Lingtian wanted Elder Dongfang to be his guarantor. Most people felt that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. I hope he's telling the truth. If Elder Dongfang is really going to be his guarantor, then I'll have to bet as well. Me too. That Duan Lingtian has no chance of winning at all. Is he trying to give us his wealth before he dies? While the outer court was in an uproar, the person involved, Duan Lingtian, had arrived at a remote place in the outer court district. It was a remote place that almost no one came to. Of course, almost no one came here because this was a forbidden area in the outer court district. After a short while, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of an independent and vast mansion and muttered, "It seems to be here." After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian walked toward the mansion in front. The door of the mansion was wide open, and there was not a single soul in sight. However, just as Duan Lingtian was about to reach the entrance of the mansion, 2 tall figures blocked his path like 2 iron towers. "Little fellow, don't you know this is a forbidden area in the outer court district? You're just an outer court disciple, Yet you dare to disregard the outer court's rules and trespass into a forbidden area. How should you be punished? The two burly men that were like iron towers questioned Duan Lingtian one after another. I want to see Elder Dongfang. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change in the face of the two burly men's imposing auras as he spoke nonchalantly. Humph! Elder Dongfang isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. The two burly men took a step forward. Their imposing auras were like rainbows, as though they wanted to oppress Duan Lingtian. However, they were destined to be disappointed. In the face of their imposing auras, Duan Lingtian stood there without a change in his expression and did not move at all. Please pass the message on my behalf. Just say that outer court disciple, Duan Lingtian, has something to discuss with Elder Dongfang. Under the two burly men's shocked gaze, Duan Lingtian cupped his hands together and spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. You're Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing that, the two burly men were shocked. Then, they began to size up Duan Lingtian. Other than being slightly handsome, there's nothing special about you. Did you really defeat someone who's ranked in the top 100 in the outer court when you just entered the outer court? You defeated someone who's ranked 47th in the outer court a month after entering the sect. Interesting. It was obvious that the two burly men had heard of Duan Lingtian before. Duan Lingtian, if you're here to ask Elder Dongfang to revoke the death duel invitation, I'm afraid you've come in vain. After knowing that the purple-clad young man before them was Duan Lingtian, the two burly men's attitude became much better. One of them shook his head and said, with Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he would definitely be an outstanding person in the Moon Illumination sect as long as he could grow. It was not impossible for him to become a pillar of the Moon Illumination sect 100 years later. Due to this reason, they did not dare to be negligent. You can reject the death duel invitation yourself. Why? Do you think it's embarrassing for you to reject it, so you came to look for Elder Dongfang to pressure Feng Fan to revoke the death duel invitation himself? The other burly man said nonchalantly. Revoke the death duel invitation? Upon hearing the two burly men's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that these two fellows still did not know that he had already accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation? In fact, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. Although he had accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation early in the morning, and the news had spread throughout the outer court, it had not reached this corner yet. I think both of you must have misunderstood, Duan Lingtian said. I came out of closed-door cultivation early in the morning and accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation. 3 days later, I'll have a death duel with Feng Fan in the training field. If both of you are interested, you can go and have a look. One must admit that Duan Lingtian's words had shocked the two burly men. You accepted it? It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would actually accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Before this, they were almost 100% certain that Duan Lingtian would reject it. This was because they knew Feng Fan's background. However, reality seemed to have played a joke on them. Both of you, please pass the message on my behalf, Duan Lingtian said again. At this moment, the two burly men did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Whether it was because Duan Lingtian was confident that he would accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation or because of some other reason, his courage was enough to make them respect him. Please wait a moment, one of the burly men said before walking into the mansion. Duan Lingtian, you actually accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Do you know who Feng Fan is? The burly man who stayed behind could not help but ask. He even thought that Duan Lingtian accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation because he did not know Feng Fan's background. He's an outer court disciple like me, Duan Lingtian replied straightforwardly. Do you know that he's different from ordinary outer court disciples? The corner of the burly man's mouth twitched fiercely. Based on Duan Lingtian's tone, it was possible that he did not know Feng Fan's background. He's an outer court disciple ranked 5th in the outer court, Duan Lingtian said again. When the burly man revealed an as expected expression, Duan Lingtian added, yes, he seems to be ranked 99th on the Earth ranking. You know he's an Earth ranking powerhouse, yet you still dare to accept his death duel invitation? The burly man stared. Looking at Duan Lingtian's casual expression, the burly man smiled wryly and asked, "Do you know what the Earth ranking represents?" "It represents the peak of the mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. The Earth ranking powerhouses who are ranked at the top can defeat early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. Their strength is almost on par with intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. As for those who are ranked at the bottom, they can still fight early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators to a draw." Duan Lingtian spoke as though he was reciting a textbook. "You still dare to accept the death duel invitation from an Earth-ranking powerhouse if you know?" Duan Lingtian's answer was beyond the burly man's expectation. However, he was even more puzzled now. Was this Duan Lingtian really not afraid of death? Don't tell me he's confident he can defeat Feng Fan? The burly man suddenly had such a thought in his mind, but he suppressed it in the blink of an eye. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! This Duan Lingtian might be talented, but he's only been in the Moon Illumination sect for 2 months. Moreover, his cultivation base is most likely not at the paramount mortal shedding stage yet. The burly man thought to himself. When the burly man saw Duan Lingtian standing there quietly and waiting without any arrogance or impatience, he could not help but be taken aback. The young man in front of him had a steadiness that was beyond his age. This was beyond his expectations. "Although I don't know why you're looking for Elder Dongfang, I still have to remind you that Elder Dongfang might not want to see you," the burly man said. "It's his loss if he doesn't want to see me." Chapter 1447. Humph. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the burly man frowned and snorted coldly. After 15 minutes, the burly man who had left earlier returned. "Duan Lingtian, Elder Dongfang is already waiting for you. Come with me," he agreed. The burly man who did not leave was a little surprised. He did not expect the person he had served for so many years would be willing to meet Duan Lingtian, a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Perhaps Elder Dongfang has taken a fancy to his innate talent. The burly man could only think of this. From the moment Duan Lingtian entered the mansion of the Outer Court's Grand Elder, Dongfang Quan, until he left, only 15 minutes had passed. As for what had happened in Dongfang Quan's mansion during this 15 minutes, only Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Quan knew. After leaving Dongfang Quan's mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to his courtyard and room before entering the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. 1 day outside was equivalent to 3 days inside. 3 days was enough for him to cultivate the techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic. In fact, in the past month, he had already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage by the end of the 2nd month of the 3 months he had spent in the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In the following month, he had been cultivating the techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic. Among them, his improvement in the defensive technique, Silver Shirt, was the fastest. Currently, his Silver Shirt was almost at the impeccable stage. The impeccable stage was the 5th stage of the Saint Grade martial tactic technique. It was also the highest stage. The Silver Shirt itself was a defensive technique that focused on integrating true energy into one's body. The stronger the body, the easier it would be to integrate it. Duan Lingtian's body had also transformed to an extremely terrifying stage after 2 transformations. According to Hualao's words, let alone a 5-clawed divine dragon, even a 6-clawed divine dragon of the same level would not be able to compare to the current Duan Lingtian in terms of physical strength. The Duan Lingtian's physical strength was almost on par with a 7-clawed divine dragon. Naturally, there was no 6-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land, let alone a 7-clawed divine dragon. Among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land, 5-clawed divine dragons were the ones with the highest bloodline. 6-clawed divine dragons did not seem to exist at all. At the very least, according to the information Duan Lingtian obtained from Xuanai, there was no 6-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land. I keep having the feeling that, in these 3 days, I should be able to find an opportunity to cultivate the Silver Shirt to the point of perfection. Duan Lingtian murmured as the silver light around his body surged. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in closed-door cultivation, another shocking piece of news shook the entire Moon Illumination sect's outer court like a huge rock that was smashed onto a calm lake. Elder Dongfang has said that if Duan Lingtian dies in Feng Fan's hands 3 days later, he'll repay the merit points in Duan Lingtian's crystal card to the person who won the bet against him. This news did not only shock the group of outer court disciples, but it also shocked the outer court deacons and elders. Since when did Elder Dongfang care about such a trivial matter? This is unbelievable. Elder Dongfang actually announced publicly that he's willing to take care of Duan Lingtian's funeral after he's killed by Feng Fan. That Duan Lingtian actually managed to get Elder Dongfang to do such a trivial matter for him. Don't tell me he's a disciple that Elder Dongfang secretly took in. Impossible! If he's Elder Dongfang's disciple, Elder Dongfang would definitely not let him accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation to protect him. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had used the truth to answer the doubts of the group of outer court disciples and the doubts of the outer court deacon, Deng Wei. How's this possible? Deng Wei was dumbfounded when he heard this news. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would actually be able to get Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet. However, a sneer soon appeared on his face. So what if Elder Dongfang is your witness and guarantor for the bet? You'll still die in Feng Fan's hands in the end. In an independent courtyard in the outer court. Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't die in Feng Fan's hands 3 days later. Your life belongs to me, Yi Man. Yi Man muttered softly as he sat in front of the stone table and twirled the wine glass in his hand. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes like a shooting star that appeared briefly in the night sky. The next day, the training field in the outer court district was bustling with noise and excitement. One by one, the outer court disciples lined up to place their bets with Duan Lingtian. They bet their merit points that Feng Fan would win the death duel 2 days later. At that time, as long as Feng Fan won, they would be able to obtain a return of 30-1. In just a few days, they would be able to obtain 31-1 after investing 30 merit points. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was basically giving them free merit points. It made them feel like they would be committing a crime if they did not accept it. Naturally, it was not that they did not think about the consequences of Duan Lingtian winning. However, they felt that it was impossible. If it was just an ordinary sparring match, perhaps Feng Fan might cooperate with Duan Lingtian and pretend to lose so that he could share the merit points with Duan Lingtian. However, it was a death duel that was happening 2 days later. A death duel would not end unless one party died. Once a death duel took effect, nobody was allowed to interfere. Otherwise, they would be executed. Even the inner court elders and the vice sect leaders were no exception. Rules were rules. Apart from the few most powerful saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, including the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, nobody else was qualified to break the rules, let alone ignore them. In just a day, the merit points in the crystal card in Duan Lingtian's hand had reached a shocking one. 6 million. Naturally, 100,000 of them belonged to him. In other words, he had received more than 1.5 million merit points in just a day. If he won the death duel 2 days later, all of these bets would belong to him. I can see that the outer court deacons and elders at the training field today are a little tempted by the bet I set up. I'll continue tomorrow. After returning to the independent courtyard, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, perhaps, every one of them thinks that the person who will die 2 days later will be me. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he looked at the crystal card in his hand and a bright smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, that's the case. Otherwise, how am I going to earn so many merit points? However, it seems like those outer court disciples are quite rich. They managed to gather more than 1.5 million merit points in just 1 day. The next day, Duan Lingtian appeared at the training field again. The bet continued. Today, the outer court disciples who came to place their bets one after another were much lesser than yesterday. Yesterday, as long as they were outer court disciples who did not cultivate in closed-door cultivation, apart from a few who subconsciously felt that it was risky and did not blindly follow the trend, most of the outer court disciples had more or less placed their bets. Senior brother Duan, I've already placed all of my merit points. Can I use Saint Stones? An outer court disciple who was not satisfied asked Duan. I'm sorry, but I only accept merit points for bets. Duan smiled apologetically and then looked at a figure standing nearby. However, you can look for Deacon Deng Wei. He seems to be accepting Saint Stones. Deacon Deng's odds are too low. The outer court disciple shook his head and left. Suddenly, Duan noticed that Deng Wei, who was standing nearby, had moved. He walked toward him and stopped in front of him. What? Are you still doubting me, Deacon Deng? Duan asked nonchalantly. Humph. I'm here to place a bet. Deng Wei snorted. Place a bet? Duan was stunned. Since you're so kind as to distribute your wealth to everyone, naturally, I won't hold back. I'll bet 120,000 merit points on Foam Fan winning the death duel tomorrow, Deng Wei said as he took out his crystal card. 120,000 merit points? Duan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Deng Wei to be so rich. However, he felt relieved as soon as he thought about it. No matter what, Deng Wei was an outer court deacon of the Moon Illumination sect just like his teacher, Fan Hui. Although he could not be compared to his teacher, an outer court deacon was still an outer court deacon. It was normal for him to have 120,000 merit points. Deacon Deng, I think you should bet a little less. 120,000 merit points is not a small amount even to you. Duan narrowed his eyes and advised him in a seemingly kind manner. It was impossible for him not to be envious of so many merit points. Although he seemed to be advising him out of goodwill, he had actually seen through Deng Wei's mind. He knew the more he advised, the more Deng Wei would not listen to him. As it turned out, Duan was right. What? Are you scared? Take out your crystal card. I'll bet 150,000 merit points. When Deng Wei heard Duan advice, he thought Duan was feeling guilty. At once, he added another 30,000 merit points. 150,000 merit points were almost all the merit points he had. After the 150,000 merit points were deducted, he was only left with a few thousand merit points. However, he did not mind at all. He believed that after tomorrow, his 150,000 merit points would be returned to his crystal card with interest. With a 30-to-1 ratio of 150,000 merit points, he would have to pay 5,000 merit points. Thinking that he could earn 5,000 merit points in just one day, Deng Wei's heart suddenly felt like it was floating. The speed of earning merit points like this is much faster than my usual speed of earning merit points. When Deng Wei saw the merit points were transferred to Duan crystal card, he glanced at Duan coldly as he took the receipt. Duan, I'll inform my nephew of your death tomorrow. Your nephew? Duan was stunned. Humph! Don't tell me you've forgotten how you passed the entrance assessment, and became a Moon Illumination sect's disciple? Deng Wei smirked. You're talking about that Deng Yu? He's your nephew? Duan finally understood. Chapter 1448. Seems like you still remember. Deng Wei sneered. If it weren't for you, it would have been easy for my nephew to enter the sect with his innate talent. However, it's because of you that he's not fated to enter the Moon Illumination sect in this lifetime. Deacon Deng, instead of hating me here, why don't you ask your nephew why he can't even defeat me? Duan glanced at Deng Wei indifferently and ignored him. His attention was focused on the crystal card in his hand. The merit points on the crystal card were close to 1 million merit points. Among them, 100,000 merit points were his, while the rest were the bets that he had accepted. With the capital that I have, I can accept another 1 million merit points as a bet. Duan muttered to himself. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the group of outer court deacons and outer court elders around him. He thought to himself, they're really patient. Almost as soon as Duan thought left his mind, an outer court deacon walked over. Since Deng Wei is here to join in the fun, I naturally won't miss it. How about this? I'll bet 100,000 merit points. Okay. Duan Lingtian skillfully accepted the 100,000 merit points that the outer court deacon transferred to him. At the same time, he handed the receipt to the outer court deacon and said loudly, "After accepting another 900,000 merit points, the gambling house that I set up will no longer accept any bets." As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of outer court deacons could no longer hold themselves back and swarmed over one after another. "I'll bet 50,000 merit points. I'll bet 60,000 merit points. I'll bet 80,000 merit points." Although they were not as crazy as Deng Wei, they still bet half of their assets. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's bets had accumulated to more than 2.6 million merit points. At this moment, a few outer court elders walked over. The person in charge of the entrance exam in the past, Dong Chong, who once wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple but was tactfully rejected, was surprisingly among them. When a few outer sect elders walked over, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was a mental energy that swept over him unscrupulously. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped his entire body, as if it was probing for something. The owner of this mental strength was a slightly chubby outer sect elder. He had a smile on his face and looked harmless. However, Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. This outer court elder was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. He was a complete wolf in sheep's clothing. Hiding a dagger in a smile, this was the kind of person who would do such a thing. "Duan Lingtian, it seems like the rumors are true. You've broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage after the entrance assessment. You're indeed proud of yourself for defeating Xing Ji and Lin Fu one after another with your cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage." After a short moment, the smiling tiger arrived before Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Thank you for your compliment, elder." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. He did not have a good impression of this outer court elder who did not know how to check his cultivation base. Perfection mortal shedding stage? After Dong Chong heard Smiling Tiger's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He asked through true energy voice transmission, "Elder Huangqing, did you check Duan Lingtian's cultivation base earlier?" Huangqing nodded nonchalantly. At the same time, before Dong Chong and the other few outer court elders could speak, he looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke first. "How many more bets can you accept? I'll pay for the rest myself." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes abruptly. An unnoticeable sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. Swoosh! 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 Upon hearing Huangqing's words, Dong Chong and the other few outer court elders' faces changed. The other few outer court elders said anxiously, "Elder Huang, you can't take all the bets for yourself." "That's right. Everyone has a share. How can you take all the remaining bets for yourself?" "Elder Huang, that's not very kind of you." The few outer court elders expressed their dissatisfaction one after another. Dong Chong was the only one who did not want to fight with Huangqing. He merely wanted to remind Huangqing that when Duan Lingtian defeated Lin Fu a month ago, his cultivation base was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. That was the result of his spiritual secret tactic that he personally checked a month ago. Just when Dong Chong was about to speak, Huangqing snorted first. "You old farts, who can you blame if you're too slow? As the saying goes, first come, first served. Don't tell me you don't even know this rule?" Huangqing's words were not polite at all. He did not care about the few outer court elders whose faces darkened. As soon as Huangqing's words left his mouth, even Dong Chong could not help but feel dissatisfied. At that moment, he did not remind Huangqing anymore. "Huangqing, it's not up to you to decide whether we can bet or not. You, Huangqing, didn't set up this bet." "That's right. This bet was set up by Duan Lingtian. How do you know he's willing to give the rest of his quota to you?" "Huangqing, stop flattering yourself," the few outer court elders said disdainfully. "Duan Lingtian, did you hear what I said earlier?" Huangqing immediately looked at Duan Lingtian when he heard the few outer court elders' words. He narrowed his eyes and asked in an unfriendly tone, Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian, you don't have to care about him. If he dares to make things difficult for you because of this matter, we old farts are not to be trifled with. That's right. We'll back you up. You don't have to be afraid of him. The few outer court elders looked at Duan Lingtian and encouraged Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry, elders. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Since Elder Huan has spoken first, I can only give the rest of my quota to him. Next time, if I set up a bet again, I'll definitely give priority to all of you. Duan Lingtian said apologetically in the face of the bombardment from the few outer court elders. Did you hear that? When Huang Qing heard Duan Lingtian's words, a smug expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're not bad at all. You're very sensible. If it weren't for the death duel between you and Feng Fan tomorrow, I would have taken you in as my disciple. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Elder Huang Qing. Duan Lingtian forced a smile on his face as he looked at Huang Qing. As for the other outer court elders, they were ignored by him. However, he could not help but glance at Dong Chong from the corner of his eyes. This elder Dong Chong hasn't said a word since the beginning. It seems like he doesn't intend to place a bet? If he doesn't intend to place a bet, why is he here to join in the fun? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with disdain. If Dong Chong had spoken earlier, he would have definitely given Dong Chong a share of the bet. A month ago, Dong Chong had probed his cultivation base without any scruples. It had made him very displeased. After those few outer court elders were rejected by Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on their faces. However, there was nothing they could do. They could not do anything at all. A threat? Duan Lingtian would most likely be killed tomorrow. Was there any use in threatening him? As for Duan Lingtian's suggestion that they would be given priority in the next bet, they thought it was nonsense. In their opinion, it was almost impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive after tomorrow. Dong Chong was the only one who looked at Duan Lingtian deeply. However, he did not say anything. He knew very well that even if he reminded Huang Qing at this time, Huang Qing would misunderstand that he wanted to take a share of the loot. Duan Lingtian, how much are you short of the bet? Huang Qing asked as he took out his crystal card and looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm short of 360,000. Duan Lingtian replied. When Huang Qing heard this, he readily transferred 360,000 merit points from his crystal card naturally. It was only on the surface. However, he could not help but feel the pinch in his heart. He only had slightly more than 400,000 merit points in total. Losing 360,000 merit points in one go was a huge blow to him. However, when he thought about how he would be able to get an additional 10,000 merit points in addition to his 360,000 merit points tomorrow, he did not feel the pinch anymore. 3 million merit points! Duan Lingtian was excited in his heart. However, he did not deliberately show it on his face. He still understood the principle of making a fortune in silence. Elders, now that the bet is over, I should return to cultivate so that I'll be ready for the death duel tomorrow. Goodbye. After putting away the crystal card, Duan Lingtian looked at the few outer court elders in front of him and left after bidding farewell. This Duan Lingtian is really not bad. Huang Qing nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at Duan Lingtian's silhouette that was disappearing. Naturally, the reason he thought Duan Lingtian was not bad was because Duan Lingtian had given him the remaining quota despite the pressure. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was giving him 10,000 merit points for free. As for the remaining few elders, apart from Dong Chong who seemed to be deep in thought, the rest of them had a grave expression on their faces. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so unappreciative of their kindness, and actually dare to ignore them. He even went back to cultivate. Let alone one day, even if he's given another year, he might not be a match for Feng Fan now. He actually dared to accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. This Duan Lingtian really doesn't know what's good for him. I'd like to see how he's going to be killed tomorrow. The few outer court elders who resented Duan Lingtian for not sharing the remaining quota with them sneered one after another. Ha ha! Everyone, I'll take my leave first. See you tomorrow? Huang Qing laughed complacently and strode away. It's time for me to leave too, Dong Chong also said, and then left. Since the other few outer court elders' attention was not on Dong Chong, they did not notice Dong Chang's abnormal behavior. They only left after mocking Duan Lingtian a few more times. Duan Lingtian naturally did not care about the resentment of the few outer court elders. He believed that after tomorrow, these outer sect elders wouldn't even be able to thank him enough. Feng Fan was an earth-ranking powerhouse. So what? No matter how strong he was only a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Why would Duan Lingtian be afraid of him? Almost 1 million merit points, even in the Moon Illumination sect. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can take out so many merit points at once, right? After returning to his room in the independent courtyard, Duan Lingtian did not enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Instead, he looked at the crystal card in his hand. As he infused his true energy into it, the crystal card showed the merit points limit. Chapter 1449. Tomorrow was the day of the life and death duel. On this day, Duan Lingtian did not enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Instead, he walked out of his room and sat in front of the stone table in the small courtyard, quietly savoring the fragrant tea in his teacup. He looked relaxed and did not look like a person who would have a life and death duel tomorrow at all. Occasionally, a few outer court disciples would pass by and saw this scene through the empty courtyard door. They could not help but shake their heads. Looks like senior brother Duan Lingtian has given up. What a pity! Senior brother Duan Lingtian has such great innate talent, but he's going to die tomorrow. God is jealous of geniuses. Many outer court disciples felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. However, there were also many outer court disciples who were overjoyed when they saw Duan Lingtian seem to have given up. Looks like I'll be able to get back the merit points I bet with senior brother Duan Lingtian tomorrow with interest tomorrow. Is there even a need to see this? There's no doubt about the life and death duel tomorrow. Some outer court disciples did not think that Duan Lingtian would have a chance of surviving tomorrow no matter how Duan Lingtian performed before the life and death duel. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. No matter how lively it was outside, Duan Lingtian sat quietly in front of the stone table in the small courtyard. However, he was not thinking about the life and death duel tomorrow. Instead, he was thinking about his 2 fiancées. I'll have to make a trip back in 10 months. Whether the children are born or not, I'll have to wait until they're born. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In 10 months, it would have been 3 years since he left the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. I wonder how the 2 girls are doing now. There's also Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. There's also Xuanai. She must be very worried about me. Familiar figures flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind one after another. These silhouettes and the owner of these silhouettes brought a thick warmth to Duan Lingtian's heart. However, Duan Lingtian did not know. The current Half Moon Island, the overseas Saint Island, had completely changed with the arrival of a golden-robed middle-aged man. If he knew, he would definitely rush back without any hesitation. Night gradually fell. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he still did not intend to cultivate. Instead, he lay on his bed and quietly entered the land of dreams. He had a good sleep. In the eyes of others, he had only been in the Moon Illumination sect for 2 months. In reality, he had stayed in the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda for a total of 6 months. 6 months, which was also half a year. For the past 6 months, he had been cultivating every second of the day. He had never had a good night's sleep like an ordinary person. He slept until the sun was high in the sky. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the courtyard, he found that the scorching sun had already risen high in the sky. It's already so late? At this moment, I believe that everyone has already arrived at the martial arts practice field, right? Just as Duan Lingtian thought, the martial arts practice field was in the martial arts practice field. At the training field in the Moon Illumination sect's slanted area, people were moving about. Apart from Grand Elder Dongfang Quan, almost everyone in the outer court who was not in closed-door cultivation had come. Even many inner court disciples from the inner court came to join in the fun. Among them, Zhou Qi was among them. Apart from the empty space in the middle of the spacious martial arts practice field, it was filled with people. In the empty space, there was an ordinary-looking young man standing there quietly. He was resting with his eyes closed. He was as still as a mountain, like a statue. This person was the outer court disciple who ranked 5th in the moon illumination sect's outer court, Feng Fan. At the same time, he was also a famous powerhouse at the peak of the mortal shedding stage on the Earth ranking. Why isn't senior brother Duan Lingtian here yet? Don't tell me he's running away? I don't think so. Senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't look like someone who would break his promise. Moreover, Elder Dong Fang is also paying attention to this matter. Even if he wants to run away, can he escape? That's true. The martial arts practice field that was noisy for a while gradually became quiet again. Duan Lingtian, let's see how you're going to die today. After you die, I'll send the news back to the clan. If Little Yu knows that you've been killed, he'll definitely be very happy. Den Wei stood at the side of the martial arts practice field with a smirk on his face. It was as though he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Feng Fan. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can survive. Your life belongs to me, Yi Man. If you die, I'll kill Feng Fan too. I'll prove to everyone that I, Yi Man, am stronger than you. Stronger than the person who can kill you. Yi Man stood at the corner of the crowd with a cold gleam in his eyes. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to arrive, the obsession in his heart had already risen. When he first fell into the Devil Dao, it was all because of Duan Lingtian. He wanted to surpass Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian died, there was no doubt he would lose his goal. However, he had already thought of a way out. If Duan Lingtian was killed, his obsession would no longer be with Duan Lingtian but Feng Fan. The outer court elder, Huang Cheng, stood within a group of outer court elders. Unlike the gloomy expressions of the other outer court elders, apart from Dong Chong, his face was filled with a smile as though he was proud of his success. In his opinion, there was no doubt that he would win the bet with 360,000 merit points on Feng Fan. Although the payout was low, it was still 30-1. In just a day, he had earned more than 10,000 merit points including principal and interest. Naturally, he was happy when he thought about this. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is here! Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw the purple figure walking toward the training field from the independent courtyard. At the same time, he exclaimed and attracted everyone's attention. Most of the people in the training field immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian? Some of the inner court disciples who came from the inner court to join in the fun could not help but be surprised. They did not expect this outer court disciple who had become famous in the outer court, and even the inner court as soon as he entered the moon illumination sect would look so young. Duan Lingtian! Zhou Qi stared at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes. It did not cross his mind that the person whom he regarded as an ant half a year ago, whom he did not even bother to kill, would have such a terrifying innate talent and grow to this stage. If he could turn back time and return to half a year ago, he would definitely kill this inconspicuous brat to prevent future troubles. However, when he thought about how there would be no such person in this world after today, Zhou Qi was filled with joy. Zhou Qi? Although there were many people in the training field, Duan Lingtian still noticed Zhou Qi immediately. He could not help but smirk inwardly. Take a good look. Prepare to receive the gift I'm going to give your progeny. The scene of Zhou Qi coming to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City in a domineering manner half a year ago was still vivid in his mind. The person who looked down on him and regarded him as an ant back then was not far away from him now. If he was given another year, he was confident he would surpass him in all aspects. If he was given a year, it would be equivalent to 3 years on the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. How dare you! Damn it! Zhou Qi's expression changed when he noticed Duan Lingtian's provocative gaze. It was as disgusting as if he had just swallowed a fly. Even though Duan Lingtian displayed a monstrous innate talent, he was still an ant in Zhou Qi's eyes, just like how he was half a year ago. However, this ant actually dared to look at him with such a gaze today? At this moment, Zhou Qi was enraged. Junior brother Fan, I hope you can torture this Duan Lingtian to death. The more he's tortured, the better. Zhou Qi said through true energy voice transmission in exasperation as he looked at Feng Fan, who was standing in the middle of the training field after taking a deep breath. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's voice, Feng Fan nodded and opened his eyes at the same time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian walked through a path that a group of outer court disciples automatically made way for him and came to the middle of the training field. He stood opposite Feng Fan and faced him. Duan Lingtian? Feng Fan raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. His tone was condescending, as if he was a superior looking down on a subordinate. He asked in an interrogative tone. Feng Fan? Duan Lingtian did not answer Feng Fan. Instead, he asked in a leisurely manner. You're so late. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Feng Fan frowned subtly, and his tone was filled with sarcasm. Late? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. You only asked me to fight in the training field today, but you didn't seem to have set a time, right? Even if I came at night, I wouldn't be considered breaking the promise, let alone coming close to noon, right? Your mouth is quite powerful. I only hope that your strength is as powerful as your mouth when we fight later. Feng Fan sneered. I won't disappoint you. Duan Lingtian's tone was as calm as before. His face was as calm as an ancient well. It was as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. I really don't know where you get your confidence from to actually dare to accept the life and death duel invitation that I, Feng Fan, issued. It can be considered your fortune to be able to die in my hands today. Feng Fan said nonchalantly. After you die, remember that the person who killed you is a future Saint Stage powerhouse. I'm sure you can comfort yourself whenever you think about this. It's not embarrassing to die in the hands of a future Saint Stage powerhouse. A future Saint Stage powerhouse? You'll have to be alive to break through to the Saint Stage first. Duan Lingtian replied in a leisurely manner. His words were merciless. Since he had already confirmed that Feng Fan was from Lu Huan's faction and was here to kill him, there was no need for him to be courteous. Even if he was courteous, would he be able to get rid of the thought of killing him? Lotus flower tongue. A battle of words. After a round of verbal sparring, Duan Lingtian had the upper hand. No matter how much nonsense you spout, it won't change the fact that you're going to die today. Feng Fan seemed to know that he would not be able to gain any advantage if he continued to spout nonsense. The moment his words left his mouth, strands of golden light rose from his body. It was as though he was wearing a layer of golden clothes. This is... Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Chapter 1450. It's the golden shirt. The golden shirt is the upgraded version of the silver shirt. It's one of the few human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics in our moon illumination sect. Oh my god! I can't believe senior brother Feng Fan has cultivated a human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. As the golden glow on Feng Fan's body shone as though he was wearing a golden shirt, many outer court disciples exclaimed in surprise. Even though they knew that Feng Fan was strong and was a powerhouse on the Earth ranking, most of them had never seen Feng Fan fight before. Even if they had seen Feng Fan fight before, they had never seen him perform the golden shirt. Golden shirt? The upgraded version of the silver shirt? I see. Duan Lingtian came to a realization when he heard the discussion around him. However, he was still shocked. The golden shirt is a move from the human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. It's said that the human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic in the Moon Illumination sect costs 30,000 merit points just to borrow it once. I'm afraid the golden shirt that Feng Fan has cultivated has at least reached the second stage. This means he has at least borrowed the human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic twice. It costs 60,000 merit points. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but click his tongue. Feng Fan's background was not something an ordinary outer court disciple could compare to. It was even comparable to the outer court deacons. In fact, when Duan Lingtian set up the bet 2 days ago, the most merit points that the outer court disciples who came to bet were only a few thousand merit points. Naturally, the outer court disciples who placed their bets did not include Feng Fan and the other outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 5 of the outer court. There were the 5 outer court disciples who were ranked on the Earth ranking. So what if it's the upgraded version of the silver shirt? My silver shirt has already been cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Its power is comparable to the golden shirt that has reached the 3rd stage. Moreover, my body is already incomparable to an ordinary person's. Once I perform the silver shirt, it'll be even more powerful. Duan Lingtian was very confident in the defensive moves he had cultivated. His body was strong to begin with, and according to Hualao, he was even stronger than the 6-clawed divine dragon and was almost on par with the 7-clawed divine dragon. In terms of defense, Feng Fan could not be compared to him at all. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that Feng Fan's golden shirt was not only for defense, but also to improve his physical fitness. Regardless of whether it was the copper shirt or the silver shirt, once used, in addition to increasing the body's defense, it could also increase the user's physical fitness to a certain extent. As the upgraded version of the silver shirt, the gold shirt was naturally the same. Different realms would result in different enhancement effects. Of course, the biggest impact was still the foundation of one's body. In this regard, Feng Fan could not compare to Duan Lingtian at all. Even though Feng Fan had cultivated the golden shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, the golden shirt that he cast could only obstruct Duan Lingtian with the defensive force formed by his true energy. As for the enhanced physical fitness, it was not worth mentioning in Duan Lingtian's eyes. There was no difference whether it was enhanced or not. And all of this was because Feng Fan was only a mortal. Duan Lingtian's body, on the other hand, was so strong that even those saint beasts and wild beasts who were born with strong bodies could not compare to him at the same cultivation base in the entire Down Martial Saint land, let alone humans. Showing off his physical fitness in front of Duan Lingtian was like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. It was no different from showing off one's swordsmanship in front of Master Guan. Duan Lingtian, I have to say that you're very lucky. You should know that ever since I entered the Earth rankings, I've never fought with an outer court disciple again. Even if you die today, you should be proud of yourself. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in Feng Fan's hand. It was a thick and wide broadsword. It was not as light as ordinary swords, but this sword was heavy no matter how one looked at it. With such a big size, it would be quite difficult to even wield it. However, the broadsword seemed to be weightless in Feng Fan's hand. You're still proud of your death? Duan Lingtian sneered. You should keep this kind of pride to yourself. Junior brother Fan, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just torture him to death. Zhou Qi's true energy voice transmission entered Feng Fan's ears. It made Feng Fan's face turn solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In the next moment, his body flashed out. In the field of vision of Duan Lingtian's left eye, Zhou Qi was like a gust of wind blowing over as he held the thick broadsword that was even taller than him. In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Qi had already arrived near him. When Zhou Qi's body flashed, it gave Duan Lingtian a strange feeling. At this moment, Zhou Qi seemed to have transformed into a giant rock. Rock soars in the 9th heaven! At the same time, a cry of surprise also entered Duan Lingtian's ears. An inner court disciple recognized the movement technique that Zhou Qi cultivated. It was a technique that belonged to the human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic, just like the defensive technique, golden shirt. No wonder his movements are so similar to the giant rock. So the movement technique that he cultivated is called rock soars in the 9th heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, take this! Feng Fan arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a moment. After he shouted, the broadsword in his hand shone with a green true energy luster. At the same time, the broadsword pressed down on Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had an illusion that the sword in Feng Fan's hand was no longer a sword but a towering mountain instead. The broadsword moved like wind and thunder, pressing down on Duan Lingtian like a towering mountain. Boom! 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 Wherever the broadsword passed, the sound of wind and thunder would be heard continuously. The air in the air seemed to have been sucked away. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had become the target of the heavy sword. Heavy as Mount Tai! Another inner court disciple exclaimed. He recognized the offensive technique that Feng Fan was using. It came from the human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic that belonged to the golden shirt and rock swords in the ninth heaven. This offensive technique was all about strength. Once the strength was used, no matter what weapon it was, it would be like Mount Tai crashing down and crushing the opponent into a pancake. What's so difficult about taking your sword? In the face of Feng Fan's menacing sword, Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. With a raise of his hand, the sun-shooting bow appeared. The arrow that was solidified by true energy shot out at lightning speed like a meteor flashing in the night sky. Aerolite strike. The sword that was like a meteor shot toward Feng Fan's broadsword and hit it with a loud bang. Boom! Along with a loud bang caused by the collision of the two forces, a vast rolling airwave swept out and spread across the entire training field, causing everyone's robes to flutter noisily. The arrow that Duan Lingtian shot out caused the broadsword to vibrate and deviate a little. Due to that, a lot of its strength was depleted. A mantis trying to stop a chariot! Although Feng Fan was surprised by the strength of Duan Lingtian's hastily shot, he naturally would not miss this great opportunity to suppress Duan Lingtian. The broadsword in his hand trembled as he continued to press down on Duan Lingtian. Of course, this sword was pressed down hastily, so its strength was much weaker than before. However, Feng Fan was confident. This sword strike would surely be able to descend onto Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian shot out the second arrow. We don't know who's trying to stop a chariot yet. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. The sun-shooting bow in his hand disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he took a step forward and clenched his fists. A pair of iron fists shot out like two cannonballs. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to be dumbfounded. Was Duan Lingtian planning to take Feng Fan's sword barehanded? Although the strength of Feng Fan's sword was far weaker than the previous one, it did not seem like Duan Lingtian would be able to take it barehanded. Idiot! Zhou Qi sneered. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being tortured to death by Feng Fan. This Duan Lingtian! Why isn't he using a saint weapon? Is he seeking death? Yi Man frowned. The outer court elder, Huang Cheng, was full of smiles. He could already see more than 10,000 merit points waving at him. You're seeking death! Feng Fan sneered disdainfully when he saw Duan Lingtian actually wanted to take his sword barehanded. Even an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator would not dare to be so arrogant in front of his sword. Since you want to die early, I'll send you on your way then. The gigantic sword in Feng Fan's hand slammed down. Although its strength was not as strong as before, it was still invincible. It was as though a mountain was pressing down. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be able to cover the sky and overturn the universe. Faced with Feng Fan's disdain, Duan Lingtian did not reply, which was rare. When he took a step forward and punched with both fists, his entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver luster. It was as though he was covered in a layer of dazzling silver clothes. It was the silver shirt that he had cultivated to the highest stage. The moment the silver shirt was unleashed, almost all of the potential in his body was unleashed. His pure physical strength was completely unleashed. If it was not for the layer of dazzling silver luster on the surface, the people present on the scene would definitely be able to see the veins on Duan Lingtian's fists throbbing. Each time they throbbed, they were filled with power. If Duan Lingtian took off his clothes, everyone would definitely be able to see the muscles hidden under the faint silver clothes. Although they were not exaggerated, they were just right. Break! In the face of Feng Fan's sword that was about to land on him, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A pair of iron fists that were gleaming with silver luster and true energy swept out like two WYRMS coming out of their caves. The two WYRMS charged out and collided with the gigantic sword that was about to land on him. There was no pause at all. It was so fierce that it set off a series of sounds of wind and thunder. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two thunderous sounds, with 2 points as the center, two waves of air that swept out in all directions collided with each other, causing the void to seem as if it was about to shatter. The airwaves that collided formed a small shockwave that swept out due to the strong gravity in the Dow Marshall St. Land. As long as the Marshall and Dow cultivators present, whose cultivation base was above the paramount mortal shedding stage, looked carefully, they would be able to see the ripples that spread out in the air like ripples. Chapter 1451. The onlookers allowed their robes to flutter as they stared intently at the arena. As the ripples in the air spread out, the arena gradually regained its calmness. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who was dressed in purple, trembled and took 2 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His face was slightly flushed. On the other hand, Feng Fan's broadsword trembled and he suddenly withdrew it. His face was pale, but his feet did not move at all. Of course, not many people noticed the difference in their expressions. Most people only paid attention to their movements. Senior brother Feng Fan is slightly better. Humph! How dare he block senior brother Feng Fan's broadsword without using a saint weapon? He's really reckless. It's obvious who's stronger in this exchange. My idol, senior brother Feng Fan, is still stronger. Many outer court disciples looked at Feng Fan with burning eyes and discussed animatedly. These outer court disciples were all blind admirers of Feng Fan. Senior brother Duan Lingtian did not use a saint weapon, but he's only slightly inferior. Senior brother Feng Fan used a saint weapon. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too strong, isn't he? He blocked senior brother Feng Fan's sword with his bare hands, and he's not injured at all. It seems like the outcome of today's battle is not necessarily the death of senior brother Duan Lingtian. The people who said these were the outer court disciples who remained neutral. They were all shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian. The group of outer court elders and deacons who were present also looked solemn. He's really worthy of his reputation. This Duan Lingtian is indeed extraordinary. The group of inner court disciples who came from the inner court to watch the show were also shocked. Feng Fan was an earth-ranking powerhouse. How's this possible? Zhou Qi was also shocked and in disbelief when he saw this scene. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be able to block Feng Fan's sword with his bare hands. Although the power of that sword was far from its peak, it was still amplified by a saint weapon after all. He's indeed an earth-ranking powerhouse. He'd rather break his teeth and swallow his pride than take a step back. In the arena, Duan Lingtian, whose complexion had returned to normal, looked straight at Feng Fan and clicked his tongue. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, the onlookers' eyes all fell on Feng Fan. Senior brother Feng Fan, why does he look so pale? Don't tell me it's really like what Duan Lingtian said. Senior brother Feng Fan would rather take the blow than take a step back? There were quite a few smart people. Wah! Feng Fan's eyes SSSSS, and could not help but spit a mouthful of blood. Blood stained the ground, and only then did his complexion gradually recover. Seeing this scene, the entire place was deathly silent. At this time, how could they not see that Feng Fan was at a disadvantage in the fight just now? Tian! 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 Feng Fan gritted his teeth as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Initially, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian because of Zhou Qi's request. Now, he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian, the person who had embarrassed him in front of so many people. The onlookers quickly regained their senses and looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. Although Feng Fan's sword was rushed, he used a saint weapon after all. Even if he didn't use a saint weapon and unleashed his full strength, it's only SOSO. Dong Chong looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression as he muttered to himself. In other words, if he did not use a saint weapon and unleashed his full strength, Feng Chong would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Dong Chong was not the only one who noticed this. The group of outer court elders, including Huang Qing, had also noticed this. Huang Qing, in particular, had a slightly pale expression on his face. He had thought that Feng Fan would definitely kill Duan Lingtian today. However, now that the situation had developed to this point, he realized that nothing was absolute. His 360,000 merit points were likely to go to waste. The other outer court elders, on the other hand, sighed in relief. They were secretly glad that they did not place their bets yesterday. Otherwise, they would definitely be on tenterhooks right now. The moment they thought of this, they looked at Huang Qing in unison. When they saw Huang Qing's pale expression, they could not help but feel delighted. Elder Huang Qing, if Duan Lingtian wins today, your 360,000 merit points will go down the drain. 360,000 merit points, even if it's not your entire fortune, it should be close to it, right? An outer court elder looked at Huang Qing with a smile and clicked his tongue. 360,000 merit points. Even if it's you, Elder Huang Qing, I'm afraid you won't be able to gather it without 10 to 20 years, right? Another outer sanctum elder also joked. Don't kick me when I'm down. The final outcome is still uncertain. Huang Qing sneered. Do you really think that Feng Fan didn't have any other tricks up his sleeves since he was able to become a famous powerhouse at the peak of the mortal shedding stage on the Earth ranking? Naturally, the few outer court elders knew this. The reason why they were mocking Huang Qing was because he was a villain who was intoxicated by his success yesterday. It seems like this Duan Lingtian didn't let us place our bets yesterday out of kindness. One of the outer court elders pondered for a while before realizing what was going on. If that's the case, this little guy, Duan Lingtian, is pretty good. When the other outer court elders looked at Duan Lingtian now, they also found Duan Lingtian much more pleasing to the eye compared to before. Elder Huang Qing, don't tell me you've offended this Duan Lingtian? One of the outer court elders looked at Huang Qing and asked with a strange expression. If I'm not mistaken, the few of you didn't use your spiritual secret technique to probe Duan Lingtian yesterday, right? It was rare for Dong Chong to ask. Duan Lingtian is a martial cultivator on the perfection mortal shedding stage before he's 40 years old. Isn't that obvious? Why would we need to probe him with our spiritual secret technique? That's right. Moreover, it's impolite to probe him with our spiritual secret technique. He might not be as good as us now, but with his talent, he'll be someone we'll have to look up to when he grows up. If it's not necessary, I don't want to offend him. That's right. The few elders agreed, indicating that they did not probe Duan Lingtian with their spiritual secret technique. No wonder he noticed that his eyes were filled with vigilance and hostility when he looked at me yesterday. It turns out that it's because I probed him with my spiritual secret technique a month ago. Dong Chong smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian! Huang Qing clenched his teeth when he heard Dong Chong and the others' words. If he still could not figure out what was going on, he would have lived for so many years in vain. It turned out that Duan Lingtian did not intend to give him merit points. He wanted to trick him. Moreover, there were so many outer court elders, and he was the only one who was tricked. If you want to trick me, you'll have to defeat Feng Fan first. Huang Qing's face was extremely gloomy. If Duan Lingtian really won, he would have gone for wool and come home shorn. That was 360,000 merit points. If he lost it, it would be a huge blow to him. At this moment, Huang Qing wanted Feng Fan to win more than anyone else. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian has the ability to compete with senior brother Feng Fan. No wonder he made such a bet. I thought he knew he was going to die today, so he wanted to share his wealth with us. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too treacherous. I've invested 3,000 contribution points on senior brother Feng Fan. If senior brother Feng Fan is defeated, my 3,000 contribution points will be wasted. Why was I so greedy? For less than 100 merit points, he actually invested more than 2,000 merit points. The group of outer court disciples who had bet on Duan Lingtian were filled with regret at this moment. The group of outer court deacons, including Deng Wei, had a ghastly expression on their faces. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed was completely out of their expectations. It vaguely threatened the safety of the merit points that they had bet on. Damn it! How can this Duan Lingtian be so strong? Deng Wei's expression was extremely ghastly. He had bet almost all of his merit points on Feng Fan. If Feng Fan lost, he would be completely broke. The remaining few thousand merit points could not be used for anything. He had accumulated more than 100,000 merit points for almost 20 years. Duan Lingtian. Yi Man looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. Yi Man looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. On one hand, he did not want Duan Lingtian to die. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands and get rid of his obsession of becoming a devil. This was because only then would he be able to break free from his shackles and soar into the sky. However, when he saw the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed, he could not help but feel a little fearful and anxious. I became a devil in order to surpass Duan Lingtian. Do I really have a chance to defeat him after becoming a devil? This was the first time such a thought appeared in Yi Man's mind ever since he had become a devil cultivator. Senior Brother Feng Fan, do your best. Senior Brother Feng Fan will definitely win. Senior Brother Feng Fan, you're an Earth-ranking powerhouse. You're invincible. Unknowingly, most of the outer court disciples who were watching the battle began to shout with all their might. Some of the outer court disciples were so envious that they could not wait to transfer their strength to Feng Fan. The reason why they were working so hard was naturally because of the merit points that they had bet on Feng Fan. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know if it's because you're a saint beast or because you're a descendant of a saint beast that your body is abnormally strong. However, if that's all you've got, then you'll definitely die today, Feng Fan said coldly to Duan Lingtian as he listened to the shouts around him. His entire body was filled with energy as he held the heavy sword in his hand horizontally. Based on his words, it was obvious that he could tell that Duan Lingtian's body was abnormally strong. Sometimes, it's better not to be too full of yourself. Otherwise, if you can't do what you say, then you'll be the one who's embarrassed. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he spoke unhurriedly. I'll let you have a new understanding soon. Feng Fan sneered as he stomped his feet on the ground. A wave of air swept out from his feet as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a rock spreading its wings. Rock soaring the 9 heavens. The gigantic sword in his hand vibrated. Apart from the layer of true energy that covered it, there was also a mysterious energy that rose up, causing the aura of the gigantic sword to change completely. It's the Saint Inscription. Chapter 1452. Saint Inscription? Duan Lingtian, who had just noticed the aura on the gigantic sword in Feng Fan's hand was slightly different, was shocked when he heard the exclamations from the bystanders. Ever since he came to the Dao Martial Saint land for more than a year, he had only seen a saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription once at the auction held by the Rare Treasure Pavilion in Mound Hill City. However, that saint inscription was only an ordinary Glorious Sun saint inscription. That saint rune could only play a superficial supporting role. It did not have much effect on the saint weapon itself. However, the saint inscription on the gigantic sword in Feng Fan's hand was obviously different. In just a blink of an eye, it caused the gigantic sword's aura to undergo a tremendous change. Aerolite Strike. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian gripped the sun-shooting bow tightly in his left hand that was shining with a silver luster while his right hand condensed an arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. Unlike the last time when he held back when he cast the Aerolite Strike, he used his full strength this time. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a short-lived shooting star in the night sky. Everywhere it passed, it seemed to make everything around it dim in comparison. At this moment, it was as though the sword was the only thing left in the entire world. Mount Tai Crush! Feng Fan shouted in a timely manner. At this moment, the gigantic sword in his hand seemed to have transformed into a towering mountain as it collided with the arrow that seemed to dim everything in its path. The gigantic sword pierced through the air with the sound of wind and thunder. It was even more terrifying compared to his previous sword strike. Naturally, the previous sword strike referred to the sword strike he had launched at the beginning. It was not the sword strike that continued to descend after Duan Lingtian's arrow had neutralized most of its power. Boom! The gigantic sword slammed down like Mount Tai. Everywhere it passed, the air trembled. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun, causing the world to lose its luster. The arrow that Duan Lingtian shot out with all his might was directly crushed. After the arrow was broken, the momentum of the gigantic sword was only slightly reduced. The reduction in momentum was negligible. Subsequently, the gigantic sword continued to attack. How's this possible? Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. The power of Feng Fan's sword completely exceeded his expectations. In his opinion, the power of this sword strike had already surpassed the attack of an ordinary early Saint Realm martial cultivator. What kind of inscription is that? How could it bestow such a powerful strength to the heavy sword? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he realized he had not considered the saint inscription on Feng Fan's heavy sword. It was not that he had not considered the possibility of Feng Fan's saint weapon having a saint inscription. In fact, when Feng Fan took out the heavy sword, he could tell it was an earth-rank saint weapon. It was completely different from a human-rank saint weapon. At that time, he had already guessed that there might be a saint inscription on it. Although he had thought of this, he had never imagined that the saint rune on Feng Fan's heavy sword would be so terrifying, granting him such great power. Die! Feng Fan let out an explosive roar. The heavy sword in his hand, which was like a towering mountain, had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. It was only a little bit away from suppressing and killing Duan Lingtian. Sound of death! At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian's hand continued to tremble as he shook the bowstring again and again. He had cast the only close-range attack in the colossal aerolite arrow in a timely manner. An unpleasant sound reverberated one after another. True energy light blades continued to sweep out and collided with the heavy sword in Feng Fan's hand one after another. It was like a violent storm. However, the heavy sword still braved the violent storm and landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air. Duan Lingtian was directly sent flying by the heavy sword. He was like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He flew several dozens of meters away before he managed to stop himself from stumbling. Duan Lingtian spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face turned extremely pale. It's a good thing I cast the sound of death in time and blocked most of the power from his sword. Otherwise, I would have died. Duan Lingtian felt a lingering fear in his heart, but at the same time, he was glad. It's the thousand-masked saint inscription! At this moment, Duan Lingtian could hear many scattered exclamations. Thousand-masked saint inscription? At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized they were probably talking about the saint inscription that was inscribed on Feng Fan's heavy sword. It was the saint inscription that gave Feng Fan unparalleled strength. Once the thousand-masked saint inscription is activated, it can make the saint weapon as heavy as 1,000 caddies. However, to the owner of the saint weapon, it's not a burden at all. There's actually a thousand-masked saint inscription on senior brother Feng Fan's saint weapon. Unbelievable! The thousand-masked saint inscription is a 2-star saint inscription. In the sect, an earth-rank saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription costs at least 200,000 merit points. Where did senior brother Feng Fan get so many merit points from? First, it's a human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. Then, it's an earth-rank saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription. Senior brother Feng Fan, don't tell me he's the illegitimate son of some inner court elder? The group of outer court disciples who were watching the battle were shocked by Feng Fan's trump card. 2-star saint inscription? I see. Duan Lingtian gasped inwardly. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually a 2-star saint inscription. However, how could an outer court disciple like Feng Fan possess an earth-rank saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription? It seems like it's a weapon loaned to him by a powerhouse from Lu Huan's faction. That's not right. No one seemed to find it strange when Feng Fan took out the heavy sword. It's as though the heavy sword is his weapon. Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. At this moment, even the group of outer court elders were looking at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. All of them possessed an Earth-rank Saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star Saint inscription. However, such a Saint weapon appeared in the hands of an outer court disciple. Even if this outer court disciple was an Earth-ranking powerhouse, they could not help but feel surprised. Where did Feng Fan get his Saint weapon from? He used this Saint weapon when he fought in the past, but he never activated the 2-star Saint inscription, the 1000-mass Saint inscription. That's because his previous opponents were not worth it for him to use the 1000-mass Saint inscription. Once the 1000-mass Saint inscription is activated, Duan Lingtian will definitely lose. The few outer court elders, including Dong Chong, sighed. If it was not for the 1000-mass Saint inscription, Duan Lingtian might still stand a chance. However, now that Feng Fan had activated the 1000-mass Saint inscription, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian did not stand a chance at all. A bright smile appeared on Huang Cheng's originally gloomy face. Once the 1000-mass Saint inscription is activated, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. The group of outer court disciples was just as happy as Huang Qing. These outer court disciples were the ones who had bet heavily on Feng Fan's victory in the bet set up by Duan Lingtian. They would only be able to get back their bets if Feng Fan won. Moreover, they would be able to obtain additional bets as well. Zhou Qi smiled. In his opinion, there was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. The rest of the people had similar thoughts as well. I didn't expect Feng Fan to have a 2-star Saint inscription hidden in his Saint weapon. Once he uses this trump card, the outcome is already decided. Many of the outer court deacons laughed. They had also bet heavily on Feng Fan. Naturally, they hoped that Feng Fan would win. Duan Lingtian, you won't be able to escape death in the end. Dan Wei looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Duan Lingtian, no matter how much you struggle, it's useless. From the moment you stood in front of me, Feng Fan, your fate was sealed. You'll definitely die. After sending Duan Lingtian flying, Feng Fan was not in a hurry to pursue him. Instead, he played with Duan Lingtian verbally like an eagle playing with a chick. After he was done playing with Duan Lingtian, he made his move and charged toward Duan Lingtian as though he had transformed into a giant rock. Boom! The broadsword that had activated the 2-star Saint inscription, the 1000-mass Saint inscription, charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. It was as though he would not stop until he had suppressed and killed Duan Lingtian. Body and arrow synchronization. Faced with the menacing Feng Fan, Duan Lingtian knew that he would not be able to defeat Feng Fan in a head-on clash even if he gave it his all. Therefore, he chose to dodge. At that moment, he managed to escape from the calamity. Do you think it's useful to keep running? Feng Fan sneered. With a lift of his hand, he took out a giant red hammer. The giant hammer seemed heavy, but it was as light as a feather in his hand. It's the Gale Hammer. When Feng Fan took out the giant hammer, a few inner court disciples who came to join in the fun exclaimed in surprise. Gale Hammer? Many outer court disciples were shocked when they heard the inner court disciples' exclamations. Isn't the Gale Hammer the weapon of senior brother Zhou Qi in the inner court? It's said that senior brother Zhou Qi's Gale Hammer also has a 2-star Saint inscription on it. I've heard about it too. The 2-star Saint inscription on senior brother Zhou Qi's Gale Hammer is the Gale Saint inscription. Once it's activated, the Gale Hammer's speed is terrifying. It's said that senior brother Zhou Qi's speed is one of the fastest among the inner court disciples in the inner court district because of the Gale Saint inscription on his Gale Hammer. An outer court disciple whispered and revealed the origin of the Gale Hammer. Zhou Qi's weapon? It also has a 2-star inscription? Duan Lingtian's face darkened. If he still could not guess that Zhou Qi had intentionally lent his weapon to Feng Fan to deal with him, then he would have lived 2 lives in vain. Zhou Qi smiled brightly when he saw Feng Fan taking out the Gale Hammer. He had lent his Gale Hammer to Feng Fan just in case. With the Gale Hammer and junior brother Fan's 1000-mass sword, it'll be a miracle if this Duan Lingtian is still alive. In Zhou Qi's opinion, it was impossible for such a miracle to happen. Duan Lingtian, you can continue to run. I'd like to see if you're faster than me. Feng Fan, who was holding the Gale Hammer in one hand and the thousand-mast sword in the other, looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was already a piece of meat on his chopping board. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Fan made his move. True energy surged on the Gale Hammer as the Gale Saint inscription was activated. With a whoosh sound, Feng Fan lifted the hammer and smashed it toward Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1453. When the Gale Hammer flew toward Duan Lingtian, Feng Fan, who was holding the Gale Hammer in one hand, was also carried away by the Gale Hammer. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Feng Fan did not even use any movement technique. He relied entirely on the Gale Hammer to carry him away. At this moment, even the outer court disciples at the paramount mortal shedding stage who were present could not see Feng Fan's figure clearly. This was because the Gale Hammer carried him away at an extremely fast speed. That's too fast! Is this the speed of the Gale Saint inscription? Many of the outer court disciples were shocked. The Gale Hammer's Gale Saint inscription and the thousand-mast sword's thousand-mast saint inscription. This Duan Lingtian is going to lose. The group of outer court elders thought to themselves. The group of outer court deacons and the outer court disciples who bet heavily on Feng Fan's victory heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Feng Fan moving with the Gale Hammer. In their opinion, there was no suspense in this battle anymore. In terms of strength, Feng Fan had the thousand-mast sword which was superior to Duan Lingtian. In terms of speed, Feng Fan had the Gale Hammer which was superior to Duan Lingtian. In terms of strength and speed, Duan Lingtian was inferior to Feng Fan. He was going to lose. Apart from the outer court deacons and outer court disciples, even the spectators had the same thought. They felt there was no suspense in this battle anymore. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were always exceptions. This person was an outer court disciple whose strength was ranked in the top 100 in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. He was an outer court disciple who had interacted with Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the Moon Illumination sect 2 months ago. It was none other than Xingji. 2 months ago, he wanted to blackmail Duan Lingtian who had just arrived at the Moon Illumination sect, but he was defeated instead. As the person involved, the strange scenes that occurred successively at that time had left a deep impression on him. In his heart, he even concluded that Duan Lingtian knew a demonic technique. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian be able to divert his attacks to another place twice? After that battle, he tried to explain to the people around him many times, but no one believed him. All of them thought that he was a sore loser, which was why he purposely used the excuse that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. Only he knew that what he said was true. A month ago, during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lin Fu, he thought that he would have a chance to reveal the fact that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. But he never imagined that Duan Lingtian did not use demonic techniques that time and defeated Lin Fu with his own strength. Now, Feng Fan was rushing towards Duan Lingtian with the Gale Hammer. At this critical moment, almost everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would lose. Xingji, on the other hand, felt that there might be variables. For this reason, the moment Feng Fan made his move with the Gale Hammer, he stared intently at Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, he discovered something was amiss. He was shocked to find out. At this moment, a small black whirlpool appeared in Duan Lingtian's left pupil. The whirlpool was spinning so fast that it seemed as though his soul was being sucked in when he looked at it. I thought, I don't need to use the strange pupil to kill Feng Fan. Duan Lingtian sighed softly in his heart. Initially, he did not plan to use the heaven-defying ability of the strange pupil. However, the two-star saint inscriptions on the saint weapons in Feng Fan's hands were so powerful that it completely disrupted his plan and shattered his previous thoughts. At this moment, if he did not use the strange pupil, he would definitely die. As the strange pupil was activated, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Fan's ridiculously fast speed and the Gale Hammer slowing down in his left eye's field of vision. Naturally, the depletion of his spiritual energy was also very fast. One must admit that Feng Fan's speed was really fast. To be more precise, the Gale Hammer's speed was really fast. Even though Duan Lingtian had activated the strange pupil with all his might, the Gale Hammer still arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Since the Gale Hammer had arrived, it was only natural that Feng Fan, who was holding the Gale Hammer, had arrived as well. Die! Feng Fan approached Duan Lingtian. Not only did the Gale Hammer in his hand not slow down at all, but it was like a cannonball crashing toward Duan Lingtian like a cannonball. Even the 1,000 Caddy sword in his other hand came crashing down again. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 With the 1,000 Caddy Saint inscription activated, the sound of the sword tearing through the air resounded everywhere it passed. The sound alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. If one were to be hit by the sword, one would most likely explode into a bloody mist in an instant, and die without a complete corpse. Not many of the spectating outer court disciples could see Feng Fan's movements clearly. Many of the inner court disciples who could see it clearly narrowed their eyes as though they could not bear to watch the scene that was about to unfold. The group of outer court elders, apart from Huang Cheng who had an excited expression on his face, could not help but shake their heads. Heaven is jealous of the talented! Many of them sighed in their hearts. Die! Die! Deng Wei's face was filled with excitement as he stared intently at the scene. It was as though he was afraid he would miss out on any detail of Duan Lingtian's death. So what if your innate talent is high? Aren't you going to turn into a pile of dirt on the Dao Martial Saint Land now? Zhou Qi had a cold smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an emotionless gaze. Spatial manipulation! Just when almost everyone thought Duan Lingtian was going to die, Duan Lingtian had already activated his strange pupil to its limit as he stared intently at the 1,000-mass sword and the Gale Hammer in Feng Fan's hands. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had fully activated the heaven-defying ability of his strange pupil, the spatial manipulation, and his spiritual energy was completely depleted. Just when Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy was completely depleted and he felt as though his mind had been emptied, Duan Lingtian's strange pupil suddenly shifted to the side. The 1,000-mass sword in Feng Fan's hand strangely shifted to Duan Lingtian's side. Like a towering mountain, it fell with a loud crash. A terrifying force swept out and smashed heavily on the solid ground of the training field. Boom! Along with a loud bang, the ground of the training field cracked open. Gravel and dust flew up into the air. It's still not enough. When Duan Lingtian saw the Gale Hammer had shifted to the side and was heading toward his left arm, horror dawned on him. He hurriedly mobilized all his energy and moved to dodge the attack. However, he was still hit even though he had the intention to dodge. Fortunately, it only grazed his arm. A large piece of flesh was torn off, but his bones were not damaged. However, the pain of having a large piece of flesh torn off still caused Duan Lingtian to break out in cold sweat. He was already a little dizzy due to the exhaustion of his spiritual energy. At this moment, he almost fainted from the pain. No! I can't faint! I can't faint! At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up a little. He knew very well in his heart. If he fainted now, everything he had done earlier would be in vain. Since Feng Fan's attack did not hit him, he could, naturally, make a second attack. If he fainted, he would become a fish on Feng Fan's chopping board and be at his mercy. Trying hard to stay awake, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Fan who had brushed past him. At this moment, he could clearly see that Feng Fan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Perhaps, Feng Fan could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Why did the 1,000-mass broadsword and Gale Hammer in his hands that were originally about to descend onto Duan Lingtian's body suddenly move to the side at the critical moment when they were about to descend onto Duan Lingtian, and they strangely barely avoided Duan Lingtian? Feng Fan's attack missed, and his body was sent flying by the inertia of the sword and hammer. He had temporarily lost control of his body. At this moment, the vital points on his entire body were completely exposed before Duan Lingtian. Sound of death. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not miss such a good opportunity. As the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, his right hand that was already on the bowstring of the sun's shooting bow shook. In the next moment, a blade of true energy appeared and shot out like an electric arc. The electric arc pierced through the air like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It directly slashed Feng Fan's throat, who had just reacted and had a horrified expression on his face, leaving behind a hideous wound. All of a sudden, the wound bloomed, and blood gushed out like a pillar. It was impossible to stop it. Following that, under everyone's watchful eyes, Feng Fan was sent flying by the 1,000-ton heavy sword and gale hammer in his hands. It seemed as though a path of blood had been opened in his wake. In the end, he fell into a pool of blood and no longer moved. Silence. The entire scene was dead silent. Demonic technique! It's demonic technique! Xingji's eyes widened in horror. Gasp! 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 After a while, the people present finally regained their senses. The sound of people inhaling cold breaths also rang in the air, one after another. Senior Brother Feng Fan is dead? The outer court disciples were completely dumbfounded when they saw Feng Fan's body. How's this possible? The outer court deacon Deng Wei's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at Duan Lingtian. How could this little bastard kill Feng Fan? No! Impossible! Impossible! Deng Wei was unwilling to accept this reality. The other outer court deacons also had a bitter expression on their faces. From the moment Feng Fan was killed, the merit points they had bet on had gone down the drain. My 1,000 merit points are gone! They're gone! An outer court disciple beat his chest and stamped his feet as he wailed. It's only 1,000 merit points, and you still have the nerve to yell? I lost a whole 3,000 merit points! An outer court disciple next to him roared with a sullen expression. At this moment, the outer court disciples who had placed their bets had a gloomy expression on their faces. Feng Fan's death meant that the merit points they had bet were gone. They would never be able to return to their crystal cards. At this moment, they even wanted to die. Feng Fan is too useless. An Earth-ranking powerhouse. He can't even defeat an outer court disciple who has just entered the sect for 2 months. That's right. He's too useless. An Earth-ranking powerhouse who used 2 Earth-rank saint weapons inscribed with 2-star saint inscriptions actually died in the hands of a new disciple of the sect. How embarrassing! Chapter 1454. How's this possible? The smile on Huang Cheng's face had long disappeared. With a gloomy face, he could not figure out how this could have happened. With his strength, it was only natural that Feng Fan's slightest movement would not escape his eyes. Earlier, Feng Fan's attack was clearly going to land on Duan Lingtian. However, at the most critical moment, Feng Fan's attack had actually shifted to Duan Lingtian's side and missed. It was as though he had intentionally exposed himself in front of Duan Lingtian and allowed Duan Lingtian to slaughter him. At that moment, a thought even appeared in his mind. Feng Fan was seeking death on purpose. However, as soon as he thought about it, he thought it was impossible. Feng Fan was an Earth-ranking powerhouse with a bright future. How could he have taken things too hard? Moreover, he had heard an uncertain piece of news in the past. It was said that the top 5 outer court disciples, who were also listed on the Earth ranking, had all been secretly taken in as personal disciples by the highest level of decision-makers in the sect. Although he, Huang Qing, was an elder in the outer court, he could not enter the highest decision-makers in the sect. Moreover, in the entire outer court, only the Grand Elder, Dong Fangquan, had entered the highest decision-makers in the sect. Moreover, his position was not low. After witnessing the 1,000-mass saint inscription on the saint weapon in Feng Fan's hand, Huang Qing was almost certain that the rumor he had heard was true. Feng Fan must have had a teacher who had a high position in the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, no matter how he thought about it, Feng Fan would not seek death. In that case, all the strangeness would undoubtedly fall on the person who killed Feng Fan. Duan Lingtian! Huang Qing looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. When he thought about how his 360,000 merit points were already in Duan Lingtian's pocket, he could only feel an evil fire rising from his feet to his head. Yesterday, among the group of outer court elders, Duan Lingtian only accepted my bet. It's obvious that he's trying to scam me. However, Duan Lingtian, do you really think that you can take my merit points? Thinking of this, Huang Cheng's eyes flickered with killing intent. After recovering from their shock, the few outer court elders at the side all looked at Huang Cheng at the same time. Their gazes were mixed with a bit of pity. That was close. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't accept my bet yesterday. An outer sect elder said with lingering fear. That's right. Yesterday, I was planning to invest at least 100,000 merit points. Now, it seems that it's fortunate that I didn't. Otherwise, those 100,000 merit points would have already become Duan Lingtian's. The other outer sanctum elder agreed. I think this Duan Lingtian already knew Feng Fan wasn't a match for him. That's why he accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Since he's able to obtain such achievements at such a young age, I think he's not a simple-minded person. Another outer court elder muttered. Indeed. His words received the agreement of the few outer court elders, including Dong Chong. Since Wang Qing had seen the strange scene earlier, it was only natural that they had seen it as well. At the critical moment, Feng Fan's attack had strangely missed, giving Duan Lingtian the opportunity to take advantage of it. Not only did Duan Lingtian manage to survive from a hopeless situation, but he even launched a counterattack on Feng Fan. At that time, Feng Fan's body was swept away by the two saint weapons that shot out swiftly. He did not have time to defend himself. In front of Duan Lingtian, it was as though he had become a target that was completely defenseless. Therefore, Feng Fan's death came as a complete surprise to everyone. I wonder what kind of technique Duan Lingtian used. Was it a spiritual energy attack? Or was it some other technique? The group of outer court elders was filled with doubts. How's this possible? Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of inner court elder Lu Huan, had also regained his senses from the scene of Feng Fan being killed. After muttering to himself in a daze for a while, horror dawned on his face. The scene before his eyes was something that he had never expected even in his wildest dreams. Feng Fan was actually dead. Naturally, he did not care about Feng Fan's life or death. However, now that Feng Fan was dead, this matter was no longer as simple as it seemed. It would have been fine if Feng Fan was just an ordinary outer court disciple. However, Feng Fan's background was terrifying. The person behind Feng Fan was ranked in the top 3 among the group of inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. He was even more powerful than his master, Lu Huan. In front of that inner court elder, even his master, Lu Huan, had to be respectful and did not dare to slack at all. However, Feng Fan was dead now. He had died because of his request. Zhou Qi could imagine that when Feng Fan's master, the inner court elder with a high position, found out about this, he would definitely not have a good ending. Put aside the fact that his master had shifted all his attention to Su Qi and no longer cared about him like before, even if it was before, it was impossible for his master to offend Feng Fan's master because of him. At this moment, Zhou Qi felt as though the sky was collapsing. Wait a minute. Just when Zhou Qi was completely disheartened, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. In the next instant, he seemed to have been reborn. It seems like only the two of us know the reason why Feng Fan issued the death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian. The others don't know about it. Now that Feng Fan is dead, I'm the only one who knows about it. Doesn't that mean I can say whatever I want? The moment Zhou Qi thought of this, the haze in his heart was swept away. All he felt was that the sun was shining brightly, and he was in a good mood. However, when his eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, who was healing himself after consuming the healing medicinal pill in the distance, his face turned grave again. What's the origin of this Duan Lingtian? How did he manage to kill Feng Fan under such circumstances? Don't tell me he really knows some kind of witchcraft? When Zhou Qi thought of this, he shook his head. I don't think it's a witchcraft, but some kind of secret spiritual tactic. A secret spiritual tactic that can confuse others and make them hallucinate so that they can change the direction of their attacks. Whether it was the group of outer court elders, outer court deacons, or Zhou Qi, all of them had the same guess. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian had cast a secret spiritual tactic. They did not think that even if Feng Fan had the intention to change the direction of his attacks, would he have succeeded in doing so under such circumstances? No matter how shocked the onlookers were, Feng Fan was dead, and he was dead. Duan Lingtian had obtained the final victory in this death duel and successfully survived. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not feel good even though he had survived. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even if I consumed the 3-star healing medicinal pill that teacher gave me, I'm afraid I'll need at least 10 days to half a month to regrow the huge chunk of flesh that was taken away. However, the moment he thought of the nearly 3 million merit points in his crystal card, he felt that the price he paid was worth it. 3 million merit points. I'm afraid there's nothing in the Moon Illumination sect that I can't exchange for. Duan Lingtian did not forget to rejoice in his heart as he broke out in cold sweat. Also, Feng Fan's Saint Weapon. According to the Moon Illumination sect's rules, the person who was killed in the death duel would have everything that belonged to the winner unless he had something special in his possession. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he endured the pain as he walked to Feng Fan's body. He lifted his hand and picked up Feng Fan's 1,000-mass sword. He could vaguely see a special pattern inscribed on it. The pattern was complicated, and it was similar to the inscriptions on Cloud Continent. This must be the 2-star saint inscription, the 1,000-mass saint inscription. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I'll have to spend at least 200,000 merit points to exchange for this sword. Now that I've obtained it, I can save 200,000 merit points. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged as he put away the 1,000-mass sword. Subsequently, he extended his hand, intending to put away the Gale Hammer as well. Although he already knew the Gale Hammer belonged to Zhou Qi, he was still pretending. He pretended not to know. Humph! How dare you lay your hands on my Zhou Qi's saint weapon? Just when Duan Lingtian's hand was about to touch the Gale Hammer disappeared. At the same time, a mocking voice resonated in the air. A person appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. Zhou Qi! Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. However, he knew he would not be able to obtain the Gale Hammer anymore. After half a year, this was the second time Duan Lingtian had such close contact with Zhou Qi. He felt Zhou Qi was still as arrogant and unscrupulous as he was 6 months ago. However, Zhou Qi did not dare to act presumptuously in the sect. Duan Lingtian did not know Zhou Qi could have attacked him directly when he went to take the Gale Hammer earlier. It would have been fine as long as he did not kill or maim him. After all, he had a good reason to attack Zhou Qi to protect his saint weapon. The reason he did not attack Zhou Qi was because he wanted to distance himself from the fact that Feng Fan was killed by Duan Lingtian. He did not want others to think he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He did not want others to suspect that he wanted to use Feng Fan to kill Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, Feng Fan's master would definitely not let him go. I really didn't expect someone who was like an ant half a year ago to come so far today. Zhou Qi stared at Duan Lingtian coldly and sneered through true energy voice transmission. However, the people from Mount Hill City are destined to not live long in the Moon Illumination sect. It's the same for the people in the past, it's the same for all of you, and it'll be the same for the people in the future. It's not up to you, Zhou Qi, to decide whether we can live long or not. Compared to Zhou Qi's stealthy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian spoke out loud. Duan Lingtian's words had attracted many people's attention. Zhou Qi's expression changed drastically. He realized that if he continued to stay here, people might think he was the one who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he put away the Gale Hammer and left in a hurry, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. To Zhou Qi, the most important thing now was to distance himself completely from today's incident. Chapter 1455. As a tool for Lu Huan's revenge, Zhou Qi didn't even collect your corpse when you're dead. How sad! After keeping Feng Fan's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Fan nonchalantly. Then, he walked out of the crowd under everyone's complicated gazes. It was obvious that he was going to leave. The crowd also made way for him. Although most of the outer court disciples present on the scene had placed their bets on Duan Lingtian, and had lost a lot of merit points, none of them blamed Duan Lingtian at all. In their opinion, the reason they lost was all because Feng Fan was useless. The reason they had bet so much on Feng Fan was because he was an Earth-ranking powerhouse. They thought he would definitely be able to defeat Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect for less than 2 months. However, when the result came out, it was beyond their expectations. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect for less than 2 months, had killed Feng Fan, an Earth-ranking powerhouse who had been famous in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court for a long time. Duan Lingtian, if you know what's good for you, find a time to come to my mansion and return all the merit points I bet on Feng Fan. Otherwise… Humph! When Duan Lingtian was walking out, a true energy voice transmission entered his ears all of a sudden. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with this voice that was filled with threat. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian came to a halt as well. His gaze landed on the group of outer court elders and the outer court elder, Huang Qing, who had placed a huge bet on him yesterday. How dare you look at me in the eyes of so many people? Now, if you don't hand over the 1 million merit points, I won't let this matter rest. Huang Qing was enraged when he saw how Duan Lingtian dared to look at him in the eyes of so many people and disregard his dignity. He immediately demanded an exorbitant price. He demanded 1 million merit points from Duan Lingtian as soon as he opened his mouth. It was obvious that they were treating Duan Lingtian as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. However, after hearing Huang Qing's words, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly in front of the crowd. Elder Huang Qing! Yesterday you were the one who came looking for me and said that you wanted to bet 360,000 merit points. Now that I've won your bet, you're threatening me to return the 360,000 merit points to you. What kind of logic is this? Could it be that you, a dignified outer sect elder, can use your power to bully others? Is there no law in the sect? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and told everyone about Huang Qing's threat in front of everyone. These words were spoken so quickly that Huang Qing could not react in time. By the time he reacted, he realized that everyone was looking at him in a completely different light. Elder Huang Qing, is what Duan Lingtian said true? An outer sect elder standing beside Huang Qing asked calmly. If that's true, you've gone too far. That's right. You're an outer sect elder. You're the face of the outer sect. If you can't accept your loss, you'll be embarrassing the outer sect. Another outer sect elder chimed in. If I were you, I'd admit defeat no matter how unwilling I am. Elder Huang Qing, if you really threaten Duan Lingtian, then you really need to improve your gambling skills. One by one, the outer sect elders chimed in. Upon hearing the group of outer court elders' words, Huang Qing cursed inwardly. It's easy for you to say that. Subsequently, he glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and shouted angrily. Duan Lingtian, how dare you slander me? 360,000 merit points might be a lot, but it's not enough for me to take it seriously. Naturally, he would not admit to it in front of so many people. Otherwise, he would have reached the end of his career as an outer sect elder. Slander? Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. Elder Huang Qing, we've never met before yesterday. Why would I slander you? Don't tell me it's because you bet 360,000 merit points? I think the loss of 360,000 merit points that you've bet is not as great as the loss of Deacon Deng Wei to you, an outer sanctum elder, right? Deacon Deng Wei is only an outer sect deacon. He didn't even threaten me when he bet 150,000 merit points, which is almost all of his assets. In comparison, you're not as magnanimous as Deacon Deng Wei. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he shook his head. When Deng Wei heard Duan Lingtian's compliment, not only was he not happy, but he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. 150,000 merit points was indeed all he had. Currently, there were only a few thousand merit points left in his crystal card. However, it was impossible for him to not be calculative. The reason he did not threaten Duan Lingtian was because he knew threats were useless against Duan Lingtian. He could only think of a way to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the crystal card from Duan Lingtian's hands. At that time, not only would he be able to get his 150,000 merit points back, but he would also be able to obtain an additional 3 million merit points. You! Huang Cheng's face was grave. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Elder Huang Qing, although you're an outer court elder, I won't succumb to your abuse of power. Unless I'm dead, I won't give you 1 million merit points. 1 million merit points! The moment Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the gazes that were looking at Huang Qing changed again. As long as one was not an idiot, one could guess that Huang Qing must have threatened Duan Lingtian again to get Duan Lingtian to give him 1 million merit points. Bah! Outer sect elder? What an embarrassment to the outer sect. That's right. I'm just an ordinary outer sect disciple, and I'm willing to admit defeat. How dare he use his status as an outer sect elder to bully senior brother Duan Lingtian and get Duan Lingtian to spit out his merit points. That's not all. He even wants senior brother Duan Lingtian to hand over 1 million merit points. Isn't he trying to get something for nothing? How can there be such a good deal in this world? A group of outer sect disciples who had also placed their bets cursed loudly. They did not care if Huang Qing was an outer sect elder anymore. They vented all their pent-up anger. Huang Qing was dumbfounded. The situation at the scene was completely out of his control. Duan Lingtian, do you know that slandering the higher-ups of the sect is punishable by death in the sect? Finally, Huang Qing's face darkened as he shouted sternly. His voice was infused with true qi and suppressed the noise at the scene. Slandering? Duan Lingtian sneered. Elder Huang Qing, you keep saying that I'm slandering you. Do you dare to swear on the tribulation oath that you didn't threaten me? Humph! I didn't threaten you, so I didn't threaten you. Who do you think you are to make me swear on your behalf? Huang Qing snorted coldly and said disdainfully. That's right. You're a high and mighty outer sect elder who disdains to swear on my behalf. Since that's the case, I'll swear on the tribulation oath that if there's any falsehood in my words, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian naturally had a way to deal with Huang Cheng's shameless behavior. When Huang Cheng's expression changed drastically, he pricked his finger, and a drop of blood rose into the air before it merged with the air. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air and entered the ears of everyone present on the scene. It was the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that bore witness to Duan Lingtian's oath. However, after it bore witness, it did not strike down the tribulation oath to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, it was clear who was more trustworthy between Duan Lingtian and Huang Qing. Waves of jeers rose and fell one after another. The gazes of the crowd when they looked at Huang Qing were even stranger than before. Previously, they were not 100% certain Huang Qing had threatened Duan Lingtian. However, after Duan Lingtian made the oath, they no longer had any doubts and were completely certain of it. The tribulation of oaths would not lie. That was the might of the heavens. As the saying went, the heavens are watching what people do. The heavens would not side with anyone. At this moment, even the group of outer court elders, including Dong Chong, intentionally kept a distance from Huang Qian. It was as though they were trying to tell everyone that although they were outer court elders as well, they did not want to be on the same side as Huang Qing. Huang Qing was so angry that his face turned red. However, he was at a loss for words. From the moment Duan Lingtian publicly swore on his oath, he knew that no one would believe him. It would be useless no matter what he said. Duan Lingtian, don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Huang Qing glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and sent a true energy voice transmission to him in exasperation. After that, he flew away and disappeared before the eyes of the crowd. Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard Huang Cheng's threat. He did not seem to care at all. Even if the incident did not happen, with Huang Qing's petty character, as long as he did not return the 360,000 merit points, he would not let him go. If that was the case, what did he have to worry about? Seeing that Huang Qing did not bother to explain himself and fled at the last minute, the crowd booed again. Shameless! He's too shameless! Why didn't I know that Elder Huang Qing was so shameless? In my opinion, such a person is not qualified to be an outer court elder at all. He's a disgrace to our outer court. The group of outer court disciples seemed to empathize with Duan Lingtian's experience, and began to curse him. Thank you for your support. Duan Lingtian spoke loudly. His voice was filled with true energy and suppressed the noise at the scene. I thought about it seriously just now. I feel that it's not easy for all of you. How about this? Except for Elder Huang Qing and Deacon Deng, I'll return half of the merit points that everyone has bet. At noon tomorrow at the martial arts practice field, all of you will bring your written receipts to me and collect your merit points. Duan Lingtian's voice was heard. Really? Long live Senior Brother Duan Lingtian! Thank you, Senior Brother Duan Lingtian! Senior Brother Duan Lingtian is really a good person. He's actually willing to return half of the merit points that we lost. When the group of outer court disciples heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were all excited and grateful. When the group of deacons heard this, their eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian, why are you excluding me? Chapter 1456. No reason. I'm just happy to do it. Can I do it? Duan Lingtian replied calmly to Deng Wei's roar. His words almost made Deng Wei vomit blood. You! Deng Wei's face was filled with anger. He wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked around and said to the people present, Everyone, Deng Wei wants me dead because his nephew was defeated by me fair and square. He can't enter the sect. That day, after he placed his bet, he even sent me a voice transmission to provoke me. He said he'll tell his nephew about my death. If you were me, would you return the merit points he bet? Duan Lingtian's voice was infused with true energy. It spread out and entered everyone's ears. Of course not. I was wondering why Senior Brother Duan Lingtian would have a grudge against Deacon Deng Wei. It turns out there's another reason. Humph. Deacon Deng Wei is really thick-skinned. He actually has the nerve to ask why Senior Brother Duan Lingtian excluded him. He didn't even think about how much he wanted something to happen to Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. What a joke! The group of outer court disciples looked at Deng Wei with disdain. They had completely forgotten that when Duan Lingtian fought with Feng Fan, they had also hoped that Feng Fan would win. If Feng Fan won, Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape death. No wonder Deng Wei was so generous to bet 150,000 merit points. It turns out there's a grudge between you and Duan Lingtian. One of the outer court deacons looked at Deng Wei and suddenly understood. Deng Wei, your nephew was defeated by Duan Lingtian in the entrance assessment. That means your nephew has no fate with the sect. How can you blame Duan Lingtian? That's right. Deng Wei, no matter how protective you are, you have to be reasonable. The other outer court deacons also spoke up to support Duan Lingtian. Deng Wei was so angry that his face turned green and white. In the end, Deng Wei also realized that it would only be more embarrassing if he continued to stay here. He snorted coldly and glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred before he flew away. After Zhou Qi and Huang Qing left, he disappeared before the eyes of the people in the training field. Everyone, see you tomorrow. After Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to everyone, he returned to his own independent courtyard as well. The group of people on the training field, especially those outer court deacons and outer court disciples who had placed their bets in the betting pool that Duan Lingtian had set up, found Duan Lingtian's silhouette pleasing to the eye. Duan Lingtian! After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, the moment Duan Lingtian killed Feng Fan, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian seemed to have become a giant mountain, a towering mountain that was difficult to surpass. It seems that my defeat at his hands 2 months ago was not an injustice at all. Xiao Zhui, who came from the city governor's mansion of Luojiang City, smiled bitterly. The strength that Duan Lingtian had shown had convinced him, and he did not dare to avenge his humiliation. After returning to his independent courtyard, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and said, "Am I too generous?" The bet that he had received this time was close to 3 million merit points. Among them, Huang Qing had bet 360,000 merit points, and Deng Wei had bet 150,000 merit points. These two people did not need to take out their bets. After deducting the 3 million merit points, he still had close to 290,000 merit points left. Duan Lingtian had already said that he needed to return half of these merit points. In this way, he was left with less than 1,250,000 merit points. Including the merit points that Huang Qing and Deng Wei had bet, he had almost 1,350,000 merit points left. Even if I don't return the merit points to Huang Qing and Deng Wei, I still have to give them 1,250,000 merit points. After calculating carefully, Duan Lingtian felt that he was being extravagant. Forget it. 1,350,000 merit points should be enough for me to squander. These merit points are only useful in the Moon Illumination sect and the 18 city governors' mansions under the Moon Illumination sect. They're worthless elsewhere. It was because of this that Duan Lingtian decided to return half of the merit points that the group of outer court deacons and outer court disciples had bet. Although it was only half, it was enough to buy their hearts. After entering his room and closing the door, Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. He did not cultivate. Instead, he took out the 1,000-mast sword that originally belonged to Feng Fan and began to study it seriously. To be more precise, he was studying the saint inscription on the 1,000-mast sword. The saint inscription on the 1,000-mast sword was a 2-star saint inscription called the 1,000-mast saint inscription. Once it was activated, it would make the sword seem as though it was possessed by the force of 1,000 masts. Once it was swung out, it would be as fast as wind and thunder. Its power was unstoppable. Duan Lingtian had personally experienced its power. He still felt the lingering fear when he thought about it until now. It's fortunate that I have the strange pupil. Otherwise, I would have definitely died today. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After studying the 1,000-mast saint inscription for a while, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy as exhaustion swept over him. The spiritual energy that he had just recovered was completely depleted again. It seems like I can only study it again after I've recovered my spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. The moment the thought left his mind, he had already fallen into a deep sleep on the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. In the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect. Master! After Zhou Qi entered the mansion, he immediately went to look for his master, Lu Huan. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Huan was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes seemed to be constantly shrouded in darkness. As he stood there, he exuded an evil aura. Lu Huan frowned when he saw Zhou Qi rushing over. You should learn more from junior brother Su Qi. You're already so old, but you're still so immature. Master, it's not that I'm immature, but I really have something urgent to attend to. Zhou Qi smiled wryly. Speak, Lu Huan said nonchalantly. Master, junior brother Feng Fan is dead, Zhou Qi said. What? Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Lu Huan raised an eyebrow. Shock was written all over his face. What happened? Junior brother Feng Fan issued a death duel invitation to an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago. In the end, junior brother Feng Fan wasn't a match for that outer court disciple and was killed. After Zhou Qi finished speaking, he pretended to sigh pitifully. God is jealous of geniuses. An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago. Lu Huan's eyes narrowed. Who's that? He actually has the ability to kill Feng Fan. Feng Fan was an Earth-ranking powerhouse in the 9 sect alliances. Although he was ranked at the bottom of the Earth ranking, he was still a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage who stood at the peak in the 9 sect alliances' territory. However, such an existence had been killed. The person who killed him was an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago. He's also an Earth-ranking powerhouse? Lu Huan asked in a deep voice. No. Zhou Qi shook his head. He's not a powerhouse on the Earth ranking. In fact, before he entered the sect, he was just a nobody. No matter what, he's destined to die soon since he killed Feng Fan. Lu Huan snorted coldly. Then, he seemed to have recalled something as he muttered. Elder Zhao has been in closed-door cultivation recently. I don't think he'll come out anytime soon. If we can get rid of the person who killed Feng Fan before he comes out, we can do him a favor. That's what I think as well. Zhou Qi nodded. What else do you know other than giving advice in hindsight? Lu Huan sneered. He did not believe that Zhou Qi would think that way. Master, I'm really not giving advice in hindsight this time. In fact, even if junior brother Feng Fan wasn't killed by that person, I'd have done everything I could to kill him. However, I didn't expect that he would kill junior brother Feng Fan before I killed him. Zhou Qi smiled wryly at first. In the end, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Why? Do you have enmity with that person? Lu Huan frowned. Then, horror dawned on him as though he had thought of something. Zhou Qi, don't tell me you're behind Feng Fan's death duel invitation to that person? No. Zhou Qi immediately shook his head in denial. He knew very well that if he dared to admit it, he would definitely be in trouble. Naturally, he sneered inwardly. I'm not the only one who added fuel to the fire. I'm even the one who asked Feng Fan to kill that Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, he's too useless and died in the Duan Lingtian's hands. He only dared to think about this in his heart. He did not dare to say it out loud at all. You really didn't? Lu Huan asked again. Master, I really didn't. If you don't believe me, I can make an oath, Zhou Qi said straightforwardly. He only said that because he was certain that Lu Huan would not really ask him to make an oath. One had to admit that Zhou Qi's tactic of retreating in order to advance was very effective. Lu Huan no longer doubted him. Do you know how Feng Fan became enemies with that person? I've heard junior brother Feng Fan mention this before, Zhou Qi said. It seems like after he defeated 2 outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 100 in the outer court, he became arrogant and talked back to junior brother Feng Fan. He even humiliated junior brother Feng Fan, causing junior brother Feng Fan to fly into a rage out of humiliation. In the end, junior brother Feng Fan sent him a death duel invitation out of anger. Zhou Qi spoke without thinking. He had thought about all of this on his way back. Since Feng Fan was already dead, he could say whatever he wanted. How did you become enemies with him? Lu Huan asked with a frown. Master, you've misunderstood me. I didn't become enemies with him. Zhou Qi smiled wryly. What do you mean by what you said earlier? Lu Huan asked a little impatiently. Master, the reason why I said that even if junior brother Feng Fan didn't make a move, I'd still find a chance to kill him is because of his origin. His origin means that he's destined to be enemies with our faction, Zhou Qi said. With our bloodline? It has something to do with me? Lu Huan still could not wrap his head around it. Master, that person's name is Duan Lingtian. Just like junior brother Su Qi, he's from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He seems to be Fan Hui's disciple as well. Zhou Qi revealed something at the critical moment. Mound Hill City? Fan Hui? Chapter 1457. Are you sure he's from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and Fan Hui's disciple? Lu Huan asked in his deep voice as his eyes gleamed fiercely. He refused to believe it. Fan Hui had taken Su Qi, who was such an outstanding genius martial cultivator, as his disciple. Then, he took another genius martial cultivator who was even more outstanding than Su Qi as his disciple. What kind of luck was that? Why did he, Lu Huan, not have such luck? He had only entered the outer court 2 months ago. This meant that the outer court disciple called Duan Lingtian was not even 40 years old. The fact that he could kill Feng Fan was enough to prove that his innate talent far surpassed Su Qi, the direct disciple whom Lu Huan was proud of. If he had known about Duan Lingtian before this, the first thought that would arise in his mind would be to take him as his disciple, just like how he treated Su Qi. However, it was impossible now. This was because he had killed Feng Fan, Elder Bao's direct disciple. Elder Zhao was ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. He was someone that even Lu Huan had to curry favor with. He would not dare to take someone who killed Elder Zhao's direct disciple as his disciple, even if he was 100 times more courageous. Master, I saw him when I went to pick up junior brother Su Qi half a year ago. However, I didn't know his innate talent is higher than junior brother Su Qi. Otherwise, I would have brought him back with me. Zhou Qi had been following Lu Huan for many years. Naturally, he knew what Lu Huan thought, so he chose to say what Lu Huan liked to hear. If he had known Duan Lingtian was so monstrous, he would not have spared his life when he arrived at the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City half a year ago. Every time he thought about this, he regretted it. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret in this world. As expected, Lu Huan's expression softened when he heard Zhou Qi's words. However, the fierceness in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, it intensified. I really didn't expect Fang Hui to be so lucky to have taken in 2 disciples with monstrous innate talent consecutively. What did he do to deserve this? When Lu Huan reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Initially, I thought he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble even if I spared his life. Now, it seems like I was wrong. If that Duan Lingtian grows up, he will definitely become a huge threat to me. Master, do you need me to head to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and kill Fang Hui? Zhou Qi asked. No need. Lu Huan shook his head. It's better to leave Fang Hui to Elder Zhao. Otherwise, when Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation and finds out that his disciple has been killed, where will he vent his anger? As for that Duan Lingtian, before Elder Zhao comes out of seclusion, we must get rid of him. In that case, Elder Zhao will owe me a favor. Lu Huan's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Of course, there was one thing he didn't say. The reason why he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before Elder Zhao came out of seclusion was that he was worried that after Elder Zhao came out of seclusion, Elder Zhao would take Duan Lingtian as his new personal disciple regardless of Feng Fan's revenge. That was something he did not want to see. Duan Lingtian came from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. If he became Elder Zhao's disciple, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for him and his disciples. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely do my best to kill that Duan Lingtian before Elder Zhao comes out of seclusion, Zhou Qi said. Master, it's not about doing your best, but you must. Before Elder Zhao comes out of his seclusion, that Duan Lingtian must die. Even if you have to exchange your life for Duan Lingtian's, you must kill him. After you die, Master will remember you, Lu Huan said as he looked at Zhou Qi. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of kindness on his face. When Zhou Qi saw the kindness on Lu Huan's face, there was only coldness in his heart. In order to kill Duan Lingtian and eliminate the root of the problem, Lu Huan did not hesitate to sacrifice his life. At this moment, in Zhou Qi's heart, the little bit of master-disciple relationship between him and Lu Huan had completely vanished into thin air. Previously, he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Now, he could not wait for Duan Lingtian to survive and even help Fang Hui to kill Lu Huan. At this moment, he made a decision in his heart. It was an important decision that would affect his future. Master, I won't let you down. Although Zhou Qi felt disgusted when he saw the kindness on Lu Huan's face, he still agreed to it respectfully on the surface. Very good, very good. Lu Huan smiled when he saw how obedient Zhou Qi was. Zhou Qi, you're the first to follow me, and I've always thought highly of you. Don't worry, even if you kill that Duan Lingtian and are sentenced to death by the sect, I won't forget you. I'll erect a memorial tablet for you and enshrine it in the backyard so that you can always be by my side, Lu Huan said with an amiable expression. Thank you, Master. Zhou Qi's heart was as cold as ice, but he did not show it on his face. He had to deal with this first. I want to hear the news of his death within 3 days. You won't disappoint me, right? Lu Huan looked at Zhou Qi and gave him a deadline. 3 days. Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, Zhou Qi's heart trembled. However, he could only nod silently. Very good. Prepare to leave. Lu Huan sent him off. I'll take my leave. Zhou Qi retreated. When he turned around, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, Lu Huan, you're the one who forced me to do this. Since you don't value my life, there's no need for me to guard you anymore. From today onward I, Zhou Qi, will sever our master-disciple relationship. As soon as Zhou Qi turned around, the kindness on Lu Huan's face vanished. He glanced at Zhou Qi's back coldly before withdrawing his gaze. Subsequently, he went to look for Su Qi. When he saw Su Qi, an amiable expression naturally appeared on his face. Master, why are you looking for me so late at night? Su Qi was puzzled. Su Qi, before you left the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, did you know that Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, has a disciple by the name of Duan Lingtian? Lu Huan asked bluntly. Yes. Su Qi nodded. However, that Duan Lingtian is very arrogant. He's only willing to acknowledge Fang Hui as his master. However, he's a martial cultivator from the mortal continent like me after all. His innate talent is not inferior to mine. He's from the mortal continent as well? Lu Huan's eyes narrowed as he asked. Both of you are from the same mortal continent? No. Su Qi shook his head. We're from different mortal continents. Looks like the rumors are true. Every single one of the genius martial cultivators who can walk out of the mortal continent is a monstrous talent blessed by the heavens. People from the mortal continent are either heaven-defying or trash. They're two extremes. Lu Huan muttered. Master, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly asking about him? Su Qi asked, puzzled. He killed Feng Fan. Lu Huan did not hide anything from Su Qi and told him the news he had just heard from Zhou Qi. What? Su Qi's expression changed drastically when he heard about this brat. How's that possible? Feng Fan is an Earth-ranking powerhouse. How's it possible for that Duan Lingtian to kill him? When Lu Huan saw the change in Su Qi's expression, he realized Su Qi must not have known that Duan Lingtian was so gifted. It's true. Right now, it's not just the outer court district. I'm afraid the news has spread in the inner court district as well, Lu Huan said. A complicated expression appeared on Su Qi's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He suddenly realized the distance between him and Duan Lingtian seemed to be increasing. In the outer court district, in a remote mansion, outside a pavilion at the side of the front yard. Elder Feng Fan is dead. A sturdy man with a shocked expression on his face said in disbelief as he strode over with a majestic gait. What an interesting brat. In the face of the sturdy man's report, the old man who was sitting quietly in the pavilion and tasting his tea merely smiled faintly. It was as though he was not surprised by this outcome. Elder, aren't you surprised? The sturdy man could not help but ask. There's nothing to be surprised about. That brat doesn't look like someone who would willingly seek death. The old man was dressed in white. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He looked like an immortal. As he sat there, it was as though he had become one with the pavilion and the entire heaven and earth. Elder Feng Fan is Elder Zhao's favorite. If Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation and finds out that Feng Fan has been killed, I'm afraid he won't let this matter go. The sturdy man said again. That's a problem. The white-clothed old man nodded. After a moment of silence, he smiled indifferently. I don't know why, but I'm actually very confident in him. I'm also a little curious as to how he'll get past Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was Feng Fan's master. He was also a powerful inner court elder. There were almost 20 inner court elders in the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court. However, Zhao Feng's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the 20 inner court elders. One could just imagine how powerful he was. Elder, aren't you afraid that he'll die? the sturdy man asked. I've already said that I'm confident in him. All right, you may leave now, the white-clad old man said. Yes. Although the sturdy man did not know why the old man was so confident in the outer court disciple whom he had only met once, he still left. He could not and did not dare to disobey the old man's words. After the sturdy man left, a saint stone appeared in the old man's hand. This saint stone seemed to be of a higher grade than a 6th grade saint stone. How can someone who can casually take out a 4th grade saint stone be an ordinary person? I wonder where that brat came from to actually be able to take out a 4th grade saint stone. However, this 4th grade saint stone is indeed more helpful to me than a 6th grade saint stone. At the very least, I don't need to interrupt my closed-door cultivation to exchange for saint stones and affect my cultivation. The old man played with the 4th grade saint stone in his hand as he muttered to himself. Boom! Late at night, along with a loud bang, Duan Lingtian felt a sharp pain all over his body. He was forced out of the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Who's there? Chapter 1458. It's me. At the same time, a calm voice resonated from outside. This voice was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. Zhou Qi? Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice, and his face turned grave immediately. He took 2 steps forward and opened the door. Looking at Zhou Qi, who was outside, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as he asked nonchalantly, How dare you barge into someone else's residence without even informing me? Didn't your master Lu Huan teach you the rules? Duan Lingtian was not afraid that Zhou Qi would dare to make a move here. The Moon Illumination sect had a rule that unless there was a reason and the inner court disciple was in the right, inner court disciples were not allowed to bully outer court disciples in the outer court area. Those who violated the rule would be severely punished. If it had been before, Zhou Qi would have been enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he looked calm at this moment. It seemed like he was not angry at Duan Lingtian's words at all. Zhou Qi's calmness surprised Duan Lingtian. Theoretically, Zhou Qi should not be such a good-tempered person. Theoretically, as a member of the inner court's elder Lu Huan's line and Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi should have wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Moreover, the way Zhou Qi looked at him when he was in the training field today was as if he wanted to kill him. How did he change so much in just half a day? Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but become slightly vigilant in his heart. Let's talk inside, Zhou Qi said. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, he had already walked into Duan Lingtian's room. Duan Lingtian frowned, but he relaxed in the end. He turned around to look at Zhou Qi and asked nonchalantly, Why are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian, my master Lu Huan, wants me to take your life in 3 days. Zhou Qi looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Then, with a calm face, he said, If you kill me, according to the sect's rules, you will not be able to escape death. My master told me to exchange my life for yours. Zhou Qi said. Your life in exchange for mine? This time, Duan Lingtian was moved. Although he knew since long ago that the inner court elder, Lu Huan, was not a kind person, he never imagined that he would be so terrifying. He actually wanted to exchange his disciple's life for his own. What was his disciple worth in his eyes? Tools? Tell me why you've come. Since you've come to tell me all this, I presume you don't want to listen to your master's orders. Duan Lingtian said calmly. The reason I'm here is very simple. I want to remind you that Lu Huan is a man. I followed him for more than 10 years, but when he wanted to abandon me, he didn't even bat an eyelid. Zhou Qi said slowly. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He's a madman, but aren't you a madman as well? Duan Lingtian sneered. 8 months ago, Zhou Qi had come to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City in an awe-inspiring manner. The moment he made his move, he had killed 2 innocent people. Duan Lingtian, I didn't come here with the intention of making peace with you. I just want to remind you that Lu Huan is a person who won't stop until he has achieved his goal. As for the reason I'm reminding you, it's because I don't want him to have an easy time in the future. Zhou Qi's eyes gleamed coldly as he said hatefully. If you don't kill me within 3 days, how do you plan to explain yourself to him? Duan Lintian asked. You don't have to worry about that. I've achieved my goal, so it's time for me to leave. No matter how much you hate me, it doesn't matter to me. After all, I did want to kill you before. If Lu Huan didn't ask me to exchange my life for yours, I wouldn't have let you go in the future. Zhou Qi said. However, everything has changed now. I don't hate you. I only hope that you can survive and cause more trouble for Lu Huan. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He realized Zhou Qi no longer regarded Lu Huan as his master. However, it was normal when he thought about it. A master who would sacrifice his disciple's life to achieve his goal was not worth it. There's one more thing that I must remind you. Feng Fan, whom you killed, was the only direct disciple of Zhao Feng, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. Zhao Feng's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. Zhou Qi continued to remind him. Feng Fan's master was the inner court elder, Zhao Feng? Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he could guess Feng Fan's background was not simple from the family background Feng Fan had shown, it did not cross his mind that he was the direct disciple of an inner court elder. Moreover, that inner court elder's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. Isn't he from your faction? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. He had always thought Feng Fan was from Lu Huan's faction. However, it seemed like that was not the case. What a joke! Someone as powerful as Lu Huan's master, Zhao Feng's position in the Moon Illumination sect was much higher than Lu Huan's. It was impossible for such a person to be from Lu Huan's faction. Even if he was from Lu Huan's faction, he would be Lu Huan's senior. It was impossible for him to let his only direct disciple take such a risk. Of course not. Zhou Qi shook his head. Even Lu Huan would have to bow and scrape before Elder Zhao Feng. I'm not afraid to tell you that I was the one who instigated Feng Fan to issue you the death duel invitation. However, all of this is not important anymore. What's important is that you've killed Feng Fan. You'll definitely enrage Elder Zhao Feng, Zhou Qi said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also learned about the ins and outs of the matter. He was a little surprised by how straightforward Zhou Qi was. You even told me this. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Elder Zhao Feng exactly what you said? It's useless even if you tell him. It's an indisputable fact that you're the one who killed him, Zhou Qi said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was speechless for a moment. After all, what Zhou Qi said was indeed the truth. Even if Zhao Feng vented his anger on Zhou Qi, it was impossible for him to let him go. However, if Elder Zhao Feng comes out of his closed-door cultivation, he might not kill you, Zhou Qi said again. He might not kill me? Duan Lingtian frowned. What do you mean? I've killed his only direct disciple, but he won't kill me? Yes, you've killed his only direct disciple, Feng Fan. He loves Feng Fan very much. However, didn't he take Feng Fan as his disciple because he valued Feng Fan's innate talent? If Feng Fan was just a mediocre person, how could he take him seriously? Zhou Qi said. Therefore, after he finds out that you've killed Feng Fan, there's a high possibility that he won't kill you. Perhaps, he'll want to take you as his new direct disciple. After all, in terms of innate talent, Feng Fan can't compare to you at all. Take me as his direct disciple. Duan Lingtian had a strange expression on his face. However, when he thought about it carefully, if Zhao Feng was not a person who valued relationships, he might really do that. If Zhao Feng really did that, he would definitely look down on Zhao Feng. If someone he looked down on wanted to take him as his direct disciple, it was only natural that he would not agree to it. This is what I want to tell you. If Zhao Feng is determined to kill you to avenge Feng Fan, then it's fine. However, if he wants to take you as his direct disciple, you must agree to it because as long as you become Zhao Feng's disciple, Lu Huan won't dare to harm you under Zhao Feng's nose even if he has 100 guts. Zhou Qi said with a serious expression. Lu Huan wants me to kill you within 3 days because he's worried Zhao Feng will come out of closed-door cultivation in advance. He wants to kill you before Zhao Feng comes out of closed-door cultivation, so it's impossible for you to become Zhao Feng's direct disciple. Moreover, if he kills you before Zhao Feng comes out of closed-door cultivation, he'll be doing Zhao Feng a favor. To him, as long as you're dead, he'll only benefit from it. Zhou Qi said. I must agree to become Zhao Feng's disciple? Duan Lingtian sneered. Zhou Qi, are you making a decision for me? Naturally, you'll make the decision yourself. I'm just giving you a suggestion. After all, both of us have a common enemy, Lu Huan. I hope that you'll be able to survive as well. As long as you grow stronger, you'll definitely become Lu Huan's nightmare. When Zhou Qi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were burning with passion. At that time, even if I'm not in the Moon Illumination sect, I'll still be happy to hear about this brat. Not in the Moon Illumination sect? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian frowned. Do you think I'll still have a place in the Moon Illumination sect if I don't kill you within 3 days? Even if Lu Huan doesn't kill me, he'll definitely find ways to target me. He's my master in name. Nobody will say anything even if he cripples me. As Zhou Qi spoke, his body suddenly trembled as though he had thought of something terrifying. I've said what I should. I've persuaded what I should. I know it's impossible for us to bury the hatchet. If you manage to survive, you can seek revenge from me in the future. As long as you can find me, I'll accept my death even if it's in your hands. Zhou Qi said to Duan Lingtian before he left. His words were extremely straightforward. I'll definitely not disappoint you. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed across his eyes as he said nonchalantly. Zhou Qi left. He came suddenly and left quickly. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes and disappeared into the night like a ghost. My spiritual energy hasn't recovered yet, and it's only been a while, but I feel sleepy again. Looks like I won't be able to do anything for the next few days. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian sighed and returned to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda with just a thought. After Zhou Qi left Duan Lingtian's residence, he left the outer court under the cover of the night. Not only did he not return to the outer court, but he also headed out of the Moon Illumination sect's estate instead. His purpose was very simple. He wanted to leave the Moon Illumination sect and be as free as a bird in the sky and a fish in the sea. With my, Zhou Qi's, cultivation base, I don't believe that there's no place for me in the 9 Sect Alliances district. In the future, I'll be an unrestrained sectless cultivator and won't have to bow to anyone. Chapter 1459. Soon after, Zhou Qi left the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Goodbye, Moon Illumination sect. Perhaps I'll come back here after I've broken through to the Saint stage. At that time, I'll ask Lu Huan personally if he regrets his decision today. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Zhou Qi had also escaped from the flight-prohibiting formation. He soared up into the air and flew for a distance before he came to a halt. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he turned his head to look at the Moon Illumination sect's estate in the distance, and muttered to himself. I can tell you now that I won't regret it. It's impossible for me to regret it. Just as Zhou Qi finished speaking and was about to leave, a ghost-like faintly discernible voice sounded by Zhou Qi's ear, causing his expression to change drastically. In a flash, Zhou Qi saw a person appearing in the air before him. Master. Zhou Qi's face turned pale when he saw the person who appeared before him. Why are you here? If I didn't come, wouldn't I be letting an unfilial disciple like you leave? The person who appeared was none other than Lu Huan. He sneered. You followed me? Zhou Qi asked after he took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. At this moment, Zhou Qi realized Lu Huan had heard his words. Due to this reason, he no longer said anything since it was useless. He knew Lu Huan's temper. He would not let him live. However, the moment he thought about how Lu Huan had followed him, he could not help but feel furious. As it turned out, Lu Huan did not trust him at all. I didn't follow you. I just wanted to confirm if you'd follow my orders. It seems like you've disappointed me, Lu Huan said nonchalantly. Disappointed? Zhou Qi knew he would definitely die today, so he decided to let it go. He mocked without any scruples. You want me to exchange my life for the life of the person you want to kill? Do you think I'm disappointing you just because I'm unwilling to? Is my life so worthless in your eyes? Being able to perish together with a genius in the martial Dao like Duan Lingtian is not an insult to you. Lu Huan's tone was still calm. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. The consequence of that is that I'll get rid of you. If there is an afterlife, remember not to go against your master's words, no matter what your master asks you to do. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Huan attacked at lightning speed without waiting for Zhou Qi's reply. In front of Lu Huan, Zhou Qi could not fight back at all. He was killed in the blink of an eye. His entire body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. He died without a burial place. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhou Qi would be killed by Lu Huan as soon as he left the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian was currently recovering his mind power in the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda. The exhaustion from the mind power caused him to fall into a deep sleep. He only woke up 2 days later. His mind power had recovered by about 70 to 80%. Of course, 2 days referred to the time in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In the outside world, only 1 night and 1 morning had passed. After exiting the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian left his small courtyard and once again arrived at the martial arts practice field. There was already a group of people waiting for him in the martial arts practice field. These people were the outer court deacons and outer court disciples who had placed a huge bet in the gambling house that he had set up. When they saw him, all of them had excitement written all over their faces like hunters who had seen their prey. Everyone, please line up properly. Take the receipt that I gave you back then and come here to collect your merit points. After Duan Lingtian arrived at the martial arts practice field, he told the crowd. After spending more than an hour, Duan Lingtian finally returned half of the merit points that everyone had bet. After returning the merit points, Duan Lingtian asked for directions and headed straight to the merit pavilion in the Moon Illumination sect. The merit pavilion in the Moon Illumination sect was similar to the merit pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. One could use their merit points to exchange for all kinds of necessities such as saint-grade martial tactics, saint weapons, pills, and so on. Not only that, they even had Dao talismans and saint weapons that were inscribed with saint inscriptions. In the merit pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect, as long as one had enough merit points, one could exchange for anything that one wanted. Apart from human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics, one could also exchange for saint-grade martial tactics as long as one had enough merit points. Only human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics could not be taken away and could only be borrowed. It would cost 30,000 merit points just to borrow it once. 75 million merit points. It should be enough for me to squander. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the merit pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect. The merit pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect was located in a convenient location. It was located at the intersection of the outer court and inner court. It was very convenient for outer court disciples and inner court disciples to come here. It seems like the merit pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is also built based on the merit pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian came to a halt and stared at the merit pavilion in front of him as he muttered to himself. Apart from the difference in size, the merit pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect and the merit pavilion of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City were exactly the same, including some details. However, after entering the merit pavilion, Duan Lingtian discovered something else. Compared to the merit pavilion of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the merit pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect was very different. The merit pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect was divided into 5 levels. The first level was a place for the sect's disciples to trade. The sect's disciples could exchange their items for merit points with their fellow disciples or use their merit points to buy the items that they wanted. To put it bluntly, the first level of the merit pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect was a small market that used merit points to trade. However, when Duanlintian walked in, he realized that the sect's disciples on the first level of the merit pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect were mostly inner court disciples. This could be seen from the tokens hanging on their waists. Due to this reason, nobody recognized Duanlintian when he walked in. When he fought with Feng Fan, only a small number of inner court disciples were there to watch the battle. For this reason, even though his name had spread far and wide in the inner court district, most of the inner court disciples had never seen him before and did not know what he looked like. I'll walk around the first level of the merit pavilion and see if there's anything good, Duanlintian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, it was mostly because he found it refreshing that the sect's disciples would trade with merit points. The value of merit points in the Moon Illumination sect is much higher than Saint Stones. In the Moon Illumination sect, apart from human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactics, there's almost nothing that can't be exchanged with merit points. As for Saint Stones, they're only useful to the Moon Illumination sect's disciples when they cultivate. Duanlintian knew this very well. Duanlintian stood on the first level of the merit pavilion and looked around. He did not attract anyone's attention at all. With just a glance, Duanlintian could see many inner court disciples had set up stalls at the corners and sides of the first level of the merit pavilion. There were many strange things on display at these stalls. Perhaps they did not even recognize many of these things. They took them out because they wanted to see if any of their fellow disciples who knew their stuff would use their merit points to buy them. Hualao. Duanlintian contacted Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and said, "Take a look and see if there are any materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If there are, I'll buy them." Previously, Hualao had told him about the materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, those materials were only a part of it. In Hualao's opinion, they were the more superficial ones. There were many materials that Hualao did not mention. This included the 5-clawed Divine Dragon's Dragon Ball and the material that he had bid for in the Rare Treasure Pavilion in Mound Hill City previously. It was enough to repair 10% of the materials on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After hearing Hualao's response, Duanlintian began to walk around the first level of the Merit Pavilion. One had to admit that he was quite lucky. After walking around, Hualao really found a few materials that could be used to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, they were all high-grade materials. According to Hualao, one of the materials was even more precious than the 5-clawed Divine Dragon's Dragon Ball. "Although I don't know why this thing is here, I'm sure it's a fragment of the Noah Rock," Hualao told Duanlintian. The Noah Rock. Earlier, Duanlintian had only heard from Hualao that there was a material that was even more precious than the 5-clawed Divine Dragon's Dragon Ball on the first level of the Merit Pavilion. However, he did not know what kind of material it was. Now that he heard Hualao mention the name of the material, he was completely dumbfounded. What was the Noah Rock? It was a divine object from ancient myths and legends in his previous life. According to the legends, the Noah Rock was a rock that Noah used to mend the sky. Not only that, but there was also a legend in his previous life. The great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, had jumped out from the Noah Rock. Although Hualao said it was only a fragment of the Noah Rock, it was still enough to shock Duanlintian. With Hualao's hint, Duanlintian's gaze landed on a small stall. There was a skinny inner court disciple standing behind the stall. With just one look, one could tell that he was a shrewd person. His sparkling eyes seemed to be telling one that he was a profiteer. "Junior brother, you have a good eye. What I have here are all treasures." When the inner court disciple saw Duanlintian looking over, his eyes lit up as he hurriedly greeted him. "Treasures? Are you serious?" Duanlintian took the opportunity to walk to the front of the stall and squatted down. However, his gaze was far away from the fragment of the Noah Rock. The fragment of the Noah Rock looked like a fragment of an ordinary rock. It was very rough and was left in an inconspicuous corner. If it was not for Hualao's reminder, Duan Lingtian would not have noticed its existence at all. It was because its presence was too weak, ridiculously weak. Senior brother, how can these things be considered treasures? I've just entered the sect not long ago. Don't lie to me. Duan Lingtian looked at the inner court disciple behind the stall seriously, and said vigilantly, Just entered the sect? Chapter 1460. Usually, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect would not have many merit points. However, when the inner court disciple thought that no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat, he pulled himself together and served Duan Lingtian, the customer, seriously. Don't worry, junior brother. The treasures I have here are absolutely honest. This dried branch looks quite special. It's not bad to buy it to make a fire. Duan Lingtian picked up a dried branch from the stall and muttered to himself. This dried branch was one of the materials that Hualao had his eyes on. Naturally, this material was not as good as the Noah stone fragment. However, Duan Lingtian was still shocked when he saw two materials that could repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in an inner court disciple's stall. Buy it to make a fire? When the inner court disciple heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then, he said solemnly, Junior brother, don't underestimate this thing. It's not that simple. Not that simple? I really can't tell. Duan Lingtian pursed his lips. He had a look of disbelief on his face. If it's too expensive, I won't buy it. I'll go somewhere else to look. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and prepared to leave. Junior brother, I'm not lying to you. When the inner court disciple saw that Duan Lingtian was about to leave, he immediately became anxious. He had not opened his stall for a long time. Now that he finally had a spendthrift, naturally, he would not let him go so easily. Then, why don't you tell me what's so special about it? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. This thing looks like a dried branch, but it's not something that can be burned by just any kind of fire. There are many one-star saint refinement masters in the inner court. However, even the flames that they use to refine weapons and pills can't burn it. The inner court disciple said seriously. Really? Duan Lingtian pretended to be surprised and asked. Of course, it's true. The inner court disciple hurriedly said. Junior brother, if you're unwilling, you can find a one-star saint refinement master to come over. Let's not talk about those who are far away. Even on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion, there must be one-star saint refinement masters. As long as you pay him a small amount of merit points, I don't think he will refuse to experiment for you. Duan Lingtian frowned and seemed to be in a difficult position. After a long while, under the expectant gazes of the inner court disciples, he relaxed his brows. All right, I believe you. I don't have that many merit points to hire a one-star saint refinement master. However, senior brother, I don't have many merit points on hand. If this thing is too expensive, I can't afford it. Duan Lingtian frowned again and said. Although he had over 1,000,000 merit points in his hands, he didn't intend to squander them recklessly. Perhaps there was something in the Merit Pavilion that he couldn't exchange for. He didn't want to waste too many merit points on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion. It's not expensive at all. The inner disciple shook his head and said. Not expensive? How many merit points is that? Duan Lingtian asked. 5,000 merit points. The instant the inner court disciple's words left his mouth, he stared at Duan Lingtian intently. It was as though he wanted to see how much Duan Lingtian could bear. When he found out that the purple-clad young man before him was an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect, his first thought was that this person did not have any saint stones on him. However, as he thought about it, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that many outer court disciples were from the city governor's estate of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect. Those outer sect disciples were generally disciples under the command of the city lords of the various cities. It was normal for these outer court disciples to have 10,000 to 20,000 merit points in their hands. 5,000 merit points? Upon hearing the inner court disciple's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. At that moment, he didn't even respond to the inner court disciple's words. He turned around and prepared to leave. The moment he turned around, his eyes flashed with shock and disbelief. It was as though he did not expect the withered branch to be so valuable. "Junior brother, I was just joking earlier. 1,000 merit points. You can have 1,000 merit points." The inner court disciple saw Duan Lingtian's expression from the beginning until the end. When he saw Duan Lingtian's expression change slightly after hearing his price and turned around to leave, he realized that this purple-clad young man did not have many merit points. If he knew that this purple-clad young man was the outer court disciple, Duan Lingtian, who had been the talk of the town for the past 2 days, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. The nouveau riche who had millions of merit points actually turned around and left the moment he heard the price of 5,000 merit points. "Are you worthy of the millions of merit points you have?" Upon hearing the inner court disciple's voice, Duan Lingtian smirked. However, he did not slow down and continued to walk to the other stall. 500 merit points! 500 merit points! Junior brother, this is really the lowest price I can afford. When the inner court disciple saw that Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping, he smiled wryly immediately. 500 merit points. All right. However, you must give me another gift. Duan Lingtian also knew that 500 merit points should be the inner court disciple's bottom line. He did not continue to walk forward. Instead, he turned around and returned to the inner court disciple's stall. Gift? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the inner court disciple could not help but frown. He looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously. However, when he saw that Duan Lingtian was only looking at the withered branch with a pained expression on his face, the inner court disciple's frown disappeared. He cursed in his heart, "How unlucky! I've met a poor bastard." If this inner court disciple's thoughts were spread to the outer court area, he would probably drown in the saliva of a group of outer court disciples. Did he just say that Duan Lingtian, who had millions of merit points, was a poor bastard? Even an inner court elder would not dare to say such a thing, would he? Junior brother, 500 merit points is really the lowest price. As for the gift, I really can't afford it. The inner court disciple shook his head and did not agree to Duan Lingtian's request. Forget it then. I don't want it anymore. Duan Lingtian said impatiently and was about to leave again. Don't! The inner court disciple did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so stubborn. He became anxious. Junior brother, you can have a gift. However, you can only pick the ones that I let you pick. No problem, as long as there's a gift, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. It was as though he did not care about the gift at all. The inner court disciple cursed in his heart again before he pointed at the corner of the stall. Junior brother, just pick one from the pile of things. Duan Lingtian looked at the corner of the stall. It was the corner where the Noah stone fragment was located. It can't be? Just these pieces of junk? Duan Lingtian frowned. Senior brother, you're actually exchanging these pieces of junk for merit points? You're cheating me, aren't you? Junior brother, you don't know what's good for you, so don't call them junk. The inner court disciple purposely pulled a long face as he said. Moreover, you said earlier that it's fine as long as there's a gift. You didn't ask for anything. Don't tell me you're regretting it now. I'm really regretting it. Although I know senior brother is stingy, I didn't expect you to be so stingy. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Junior brother, it's a done deal. Don't go back on your words. The inner court disciple said with a cautious expression. Duan Lingtian sighed and squatted down to look at the corner of the stall. He flipped through the items one by one and casually tossed them aside. When he picked up the Noah stone fragment and tossed it aside, his heartbeat quickened. It seems like there's nothing good here? Duan Lingtian said with a frown as he flipped to the end. When the inner court disciple heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but laugh secretly. If there was something good, would he be willing to give it away as a gift? Forget it, I'll just pick one. Duan Lingtian casually picked up the Noah stone fragment and said to the inner court disciple, Senior brother, I'll take this broken stone fragment. Is there a problem? Seeing that the stone fragment that Duan Lingtian picked up was a strange stone fragment that was impervious to water and fire, the inner court disciple nodded and said, "No problem. However, junior brother, since you've picked it, you're not allowed to go back on your words." I won't. Duan Lingtian shook his head and casually took out a crystal card to transfer 500 merit points to the inner court disciple. The merit points limit in the crystal shell would not be displayed unless the owner activated it with his true energy. Therefore, the inner court disciple did not know that the crystal shell in Duan Lingtian's hand contained more than 7 million merit points. Otherwise, he would definitely be angered to death. I've got the 2 materials. After putting away the 2 materials, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable sense of excitement in his heart. Junior brother, is there anything else you need? After coming to the Merit Pavilion for half a day, a smile appeared on the inner court disciple's face as he completed his first transaction. Senior brother, the things you have here are too expensive. I can't afford them with the remaining merit points I have. I'll go look at other stalls. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. At the same time, he turned around and left to buy a few other materials that could be used to repair the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As for the other materials, Duan Lingtian repeated the same trick and only spent 1,000 merit points to buy all of them. He displayed the art of bargaining incisively and vividly to the point of perfection. Walao, with these materials, how much of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda can be repaired? Duan Lingtian asked. If we don't have the Noah stone fragment, not much can be repaired. However, with the Noah stone fragment, we can repair the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to about 70%. Hualao said. About 70%? Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. His face was filled with surprise. He did not expect the materials he bought on the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion to be so helpful in repairing the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It could actually repair the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to about 70%. Before this, the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had only been repaired by 10%. In other words, today's harvest could repair 60% of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Walao, based on this speed, the opening of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is just around the corner, right? Duan Lingtian said to Hualao. He was looking forward to the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was looking forward to the better cultivation environment and the slower flow of time. Chapter 1461. Just around the corner? When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Hualao said, "It's too early to say that. These few materials were able to repair 60% of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's all thanks to the Noah stone fragment. Among them, the Noah stone fragment alone was able to repair 40%. Hualao's words were like a bucket of cold water that splashed on Duan Lingtian's head, completely suppressing the excitement in Duan Lingtian's heart. It turned out that the reason these few materials were able to repair so much was all thanks to the Noah stone fragment. For a time, the Noah stone fragment's position in Duan Lingtian's heart skyrocketed. Hualao, I've heard of a legend that the great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, was formed from a 5-colored stone that fell when Noah was mending the sky. You seem to have said that Sun Wukong was not a native of planet Yanhuang, but was formed from the Noah stone of the ancient goddess Noah. Is the 5-colored stone really so miraculous that it can give birth to a monster like Sun Wukong? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's naturally impossible for an ordinary 5-colored stone to give birth to a monster like the Horse Protector. The 5-colored stone that gave birth to the Horse Protector is the most precious part of the 5-colored stone, and it's called 5-colored chalcedony. It's blessed by heaven and earth, and it's very beautiful. That's why it could give birth to a monster like the Horse Protector. Hualao said. I see. Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened, and then he asked, In that case, the 5-colored stone fragment I just obtained is just an ordinary 5-colored stone fragment? Yes. Hualao replied. Hualao, this 5-colored stone is so miraculous. How will it help me? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. When he thought about the power of the five-colored stone, Duan Lingtian also hoped that it would bring him some benefits. That would be better than letting the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda consume it. If it was a complete piece of the five-colored stone, it would naturally be of great help to you. However, a fragment of the five-colored stone is of no help to you, Hua Lao said. Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed when he heard that. Since he had bought all the materials that he needed, Duan Lingtian left the first level of the Merit Pavilion and headed to the second level. The second level of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is where the Saint-grade martial tactics are stored. I wonder if the second level of the Moon Illumination Sect's Merit Pavilion is the same. Duan Lingtian walked into the second floor of the Merit Pavilion and realized that this was not the place where Saint-grade martial techniques were stored. The second floor of the Merit Points Pavilion was where one could exchange merit points for various materials. There were various materials here that could be used for refining weapons, refining medicine, inscribing Dao talismans, and even inscribing saint inscriptions. Naturally, the materials that were placed on the second level of the Merit Pavilion were extremely precious. Nobody in the Moon Illumination sect would be willing to exchange for ordinary materials with merit points. After all, the value of merit points far surpassed saint stones in the Moon Illumination sect. I wonder if there are any rare materials that can be used to repair the seven treasures exquisite pagoda in the second level of the Merit Pavilion. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he began to look forward to it. Currently, the third level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda was already 70% repaired. It was only 30% away from being completely repaired. There was a counter at the entrance of the second level of the Merit Pavilion. An old man was sitting behind the counter. The old man seemed to be dozing off, but he gave off an unusual feeling. When Duan Lingtian passed by the counter, he even felt like he was being watched. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man vigilantly. He realized that although the old man seemed to be dozing off, he was actually more awake than anyone else. "Leave your spatial ring and go in." Just as Duan Lingtian was looking at the old man vigilantly, the old man opened his sleepy eyes and said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian nodded and took his spatial ring off before placing it on the counter. He knew that the feeling of being watched earlier was probably due to the old man using his powerful spiritual energy to check the spatial rings on his body to see exactly how many spatial rings he had. Fortunately, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda wasn't something that the old man's spiritual energy could detect. Duan Lingtian was not worried about the spatial ring that was placed on the counter. It was a spatial ring that had claimed ownership with his blood. Unless he was dead, it would be useless even if someone took it away. They would not be able to take out the things inside. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the rule of handing in one spatial ring on the second level of the Merit Pavilion. It was obvious that there was no one else guarding the second level of the Merit Pavilion. There were only a few people picking materials there. If one did not hand in one spatial ring, it was inevitable that someone would secretly put the materials into the spatial ring in an attempt to get away with it, and save their merit points. After Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Merit Pavilion, he greeted Hua Lao. "Hua Lao, look around and see if there are any materials that can be used to repair the seven treasures exquisite pagoda." Under normal circumstances, if he did not take the initiative to greet Hua Lao would not look outside. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied with this. At the very least, this way, Hua Lao would not pry into his privacy. In this regard, Hua Lao was very tactful. Duan Lingtian was the owner of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Whether or not Hua Lao was looking outside through the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, he would be the first to know. He knew that Hua Lao was not looking outside, so he took the initiative to remind him. After walking around the second level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian found a total of more than 10 materials that could be used to repair the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. However, these materials could only be used to repair 10% of the third level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. It seems that I was really lucky when I was on the first level of the Merit Pavilion. Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. The materials on the second level of the Merit Pavilion were clearly priced and could not be negotiated. The materials that Duan Lingtian found cost a total of 15,000 merit points, which was 10 times more than the merit points he spent on the first level of the merit pavilion. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally at this. Of course, he also knew that such a comparison was meaningless. The most precious Nuwa stone fragment was a gift on the first level of the merit pavilion. It did not cost him any merit points at all. After returning to the counter and swiping the 15,000 merit points from his crystal card, Duan Lingtian put on his spatial ring again and put away the materials that he bought on the second level of the merit pavilion. "Thank you, Elder." Before he was ready to go to the third level of the merit pavilion, Duan Lingtian thanked the old man behind the counter. This old man's spiritual energy was stronger than anyone he had met before. Of course, the anyone referred to those who had displayed their spiritual energy in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not know how strong their spiritual energy was since they had not displayed their spiritual energy before. Because of this, Duan Lingtian guessed that the old man was an inner court elder. "I wonder if that elder Dongfang is comparable to him," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Dongfang was the grand elder of the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court district, Dongfang Quan. Duan Lingtian had gone to look for him before and had met him once. Since he did not probe Duan Lingtian with his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian did not know how strong his spiritual energy was. At that time, he had used a 4th grade Saint Stone and 10 5th grade Saint Stones as the price to ask Dongfang Quan to make a statement. It was the statement that was made a few days before the death duel between him and Feng Fan. At that time, many people were surprised by it. It did not cross their minds that the outer court's grand elder, Dongfang Quan, would make a statement that he was willing to witness the bet that Duan Lingtian had made. He was also willing to fulfill the bet on behalf of Duan Lingtian after he was killed. Many people had also speculated about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Quan. However, it had never crossed their minds that Duan Lingtian had relied on the 11 Saint Stones to establish a relationship with Dongfang Quan. Of course, it was mostly because of the meaning behind the 11 Saint Stones. Generally speaking, the Saint Stones that circulated in the area around the Moon Illumination Sect and even the entire 9 Sect Alliance's district were 6th grade Saint Stones at most. Usually, 7th grade Saint Stones could also be produced from 7th grade Saint Stone mines. As for 5th grade Saint Stones, very few people would continue to circulate them even if they flowed into the 9 Sect Alliance's district from the outside. Most people would use them for cultivation. It was common knowledge that the higher the grade of Saint Stones, the lower the speed of cultivation. However, the higher the grade of the Saint Stone, the longer one could maintain a high-intensity closed-door cultivation without having to stop halfway to exchange for Saint Stones. There were many martial cultivators and Dao cultivators who missed the best opportunity to break through because they needed to exchange for Saint Stones halfway. Therefore, high-grade Saint Stones were also sought after by martial and Dao cultivators with a profound cultivation base. The higher the cultivation base of martial and Dao cultivators, the longer their closed-door cultivation would be. It was not impossible for them to be in closed-door cultivation for decades or even centuries. Among the 11 Saint Stones that Duan Lingtian had given to Dongfang Quan, there were 10 5th-grade Saint Stones and 1 4th-grade Saint Stone. 5th-grade Saint Stones could only be produced from a 6th-grade Saint Stone mine controlled by a 6th-rate force. Although it was rare for it to flow into the 9 Sect Alliance's district, it was not like it did not exist. However, 4th-grade Saint Stones were extremely rare in the 9 Sect Alliance's district. This was because 4th-grade Saint Stones could only be produced from a 5th-grade Saint Stone mine controlled by a 5th-rate force. The people in the 9 Sect Alliance's district would only be able to exchange for 4th-grade Saint Stones if they went to the central area of the district controlled by a 5th-rate force. Otherwise, it was almost impossible for the people in the 9 Sect Alliance's district to have 4th-grade Saint Stones. Of course, there was another possibility. That was, someone from the central area of the district controlled by a 5th-rate force had come to the 9 Sect Alliance's district and left a 4th-grade Saint Stone there. The fact that Duan Lingtian was able to take out a 4th grade Saint Stone was enough to make Dong Fang Quan speculate about his identity. This was also Duan Lingtian's motive. It was also because of this that Dong Fang Quan would cooperate with him so readily. Otherwise, why would a mere outer court disciple like him make Dong Fang Quan, a dignified grand elder of the outer court, help him? It's rare to see such a polite little fellow like you nowadays. A smile appeared on the old man's face. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would take the initiative to thank him. One must know that most people who came to the 2nd level of the Merit Pavilion would leave after exchanging the materials. Who would care about an old man like him? Little fellow, what's your name? Chapter 1462. I'm Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. You're Duan Lingtian? The old man was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. Then, he quickly looked at Duan Lingtian's waist. When he saw the outer court disciple's token, his eyes lit up immediately. You're the outer court disciple who killed the Earth-ranking powerhouse in the death duel in the outer court district yesterday? Elder, you've heard about it too? Duan Lingtian smiled. He had indirectly admitted to it. Good. You're so polite even though you're talented in martial Tao. How rare. The old man had a kind expression on his face. Elder, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled humbly. My name is Fang Gon. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me in the Merit Pavilion. If I'm not on duty, you can look for me in the inner court. I'll definitely help you if I can. The old man smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Fang Gon. Duan Lingtian did not expect the old man to make such a promise. He quickly thanked him and was touched. After all, he only greeted the old man out of politeness. After greeting the old man again, Duan Lingtian left the 2nd level of the Merit Pavilion and went to the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. When he arrived at the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian saw a counter similar to the one on the 2nd level of the Merit Pavilion. There were 2 middle-aged men sitting behind the counter. It was obvious they were the people in charge of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. Sensing their spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian knew their strength was far inferior to Fang Gon, who was on the 2nd level of the Merit Pavilion. These 2 people's strength is similar to an outer court elder. They're either outer court elders or inner court deacons. Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess their identities. Put down your spatial ring and go in. One of the middle-aged men glanced at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian nodded, put down the storage ring, and walked into the 3rd floor of the Merit Pavilion. After entering the 3rd floor of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian looked around and couldn't help but be slightly moved. This was because the 3rd floor of the Merit Pavilion was divided into 3 areas, and each of the 3 areas had many good things. The 3 regions were respectively the Elixir region, the Sacred Artifact region, and the Tao Talisman region. Duan Lingtian first went to the Elixir section and collected a lot of 3-star healing pills and 3-star sensory pills. There were also some 4-star Saint-grade elixirs with extremely high prices. Duan Lingtian also bought some. However, the amount of merit points he had to spend made his heart ache. The price of a 4-star Saint-grade pill started at 10,000 merit points. Although Duan Lingtian felt the pinch, he did not find it strange. As far as he knew, the most outstanding alchemist in the Moon Illumination sect was only a 3-star Saint Refinement Master who could refine 3-star Saint-grade elixirs at most. The 4-star Saint-grade elixirs that were even more precious were collected by the Moon Illumination sect through other channels. They had to pay a hefty price for it, so the price was extremely high. The pile of elixirs that Duan Lingtian bought cost him almost 200,000 merit points in total. After leaving the elixir section, Duan Lingtian went to the Saint Weapons section. He discovered that most of the Saint weapons here were Earth-rank Saint weapons. Moreover, most of them were Saint weapons that were inscribed with Saint inscriptions. Naturally, Saint weapons that were inscribed with different Saint inscriptions had different prices. Saint weapons that were not inscribed with Saint inscriptions were undoubtedly the cheapest. On the other hand, Saint weapons that were inscribed with 1-star Saint inscriptions were relatively more expensive. Saint weapons that were inscribed with better one-star saint inscriptions were even more expensive. Saint weapons that were inscribed with more one-star saint inscriptions were even more expensive. Naturally, these saint weapons were incomparable to saint weapons that were inscribed with two-star saint inscriptions. Two-star saint inscriptions were also divided into different grades. In this place, Duan Lingtian saw many earth-rank saint weapons that were at the same grade as the thousand-mast sword and the Gale hammer. In fact, there were even earth-rank saint weapons that were inscribed with more than two two-star saint inscriptions. Naturally, the prices were even more exaggerated. The more expensive ones even cost close to 1 million merit points. These saint weapons are really expensive. However, other than the sun-shooting bow, I also have the thousand-mast sword that I obtained from Feng Fan. I don't need to buy any other saint weapons for the time being. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue before he left the saint weapons section and went to the Dao Talisman section. The Dao Talisman section sold Dao Talismans. Every type of talisman had a detailed explanation in words. 2-star Golden Energy Talisman. Once activated, it'll form a layer of golden energy defense on the surface of the user's body. It lasts for 15 minutes and can block attacks from martial and Dao cultivators below the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. It can be broken by martial and Dao cultivators above the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the description of the Dao Talisman. With this Dao Talisman, even an ordinary person would be able to withstand attacks from martial and Dao cultivators below the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage for 15 minutes, and remain unscathed. This is good stuff. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the price of the 2-star Golden Energy Talisman. 20,000 merit points? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he saw the price. It's just a one-time use Dao Talisman, but it's actually worth 20,000 merit points. How is this selling things? This is daylight robbery! Duan Lingtian finally understood why people said that Dao Talisman Master was one of the two professions that could earn the most money in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The other professions that could earn the most money were Saint Inscription Masters. After walking around the Dao Talisman section, Dao Talismans appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes one after another. The information about them entered Duan Lingtian's eyes one by one, causing Duan Lingtian to be dazzled. 2-star Divine Strider Talisman. Once used, it can raise the user's speed to the level of a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator for 15 minutes. The Divine Strider Talisman was a life-saving Dao Talisman. Other than the 2-star Divine Strider Talisman, there were many 1-star Divine Strider Talismans on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. However, there were only a few 3-star Divine Strider Talismans. A 1-star Divine Strider Talisman could raise the user's speed to the level of an early Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator for the same duration as a 2-star Divine Strider Talisman. A 3-star Divine Strider Talisman could raise the user's speed to the level of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator for the same duration. The speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Saint? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as excitement appeared on his face. I must buy a few of these talismans to protect myself. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the price tag of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, completely extinguishing his enthusiasm. 300,000 merit points? This is a blatant robbery! Duan Lingtian could not help but curse in a low voice. However, although Duan Lingtian cursed, he still picked up a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Although he felt the pinch, this was indeed a good item. It could even save his life during a critical moment. 300,000 merit points are gone again. Coupled with a bunch of Saint-grade pills, that's a total of 500,000 merit points. Duan Lingtian finally experienced the feeling of spending money like water. At this moment, he even regretted his generous promise to return half of the bet to the group of outer court deacons and outer court disciples yesterday. Naturally, as soon as the thought of regret rose in his mind, he suppressed it again. No matter what, it was already in the past. Moreover, it was not necessarily a bad thing for him to do. At the very least, he would have formed quite a good relationship with the outer court. Also, this 3-star golden energy talisman can block the attack of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Marshal or Dao Cultivator for 15 minutes. Although it's slightly cheaper than a 3-star Divine Strider talisman, it's still as ridiculous. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. A 3-star Dao talisman was really valuable. However, as a defensive Dao talisman, the golden energy talisman was slightly cheaper than the Divine Strider talisman. Not only was the difference between a 3-star golden energy talisman and a 3-star Divine Strider talisman huge, but there was also a difference of 10,000 merit points between a 2-star golden energy talisman and a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. A 2-star golden energy talisman was worth 20,000 merit points. A 2-star Divine Strider talisman, on the other hand, was worth 30,000 merit points. A 1-star Dao talisman is still cheaper. It only costs 2 to 3,000 merit points. However, the effect of a 1-star Dao talisman is not that great. Apart from this 1-star Divine Strider talisman that can block the attack of an early Saint Rudiment Stage Marshal or Dao Cultivator, this 1-star golden energy talisman can only block the attack of an early Saint Rudiment Stage Marshal or Dao Cultivator. To Duan Lingtian, these 1-star Dao talismans were not very meaningful. If there were defensive Dao talismans and speed Dao talismans, naturally, there would be offensive Dao talismans as well. There were so many offensive Dao talismans that Duan Lingtian was dazzled by them. However, Duan Lingtian soon confirmed one thing. The price of the offensive Dao talisman was much higher than the speed Dao talisman, the Divine Strider talisman. Moreover, there were only 2-star offensive Dao talismans on sale at most. There were no 3-star offensive Dao talismans. Once a 2-star offensive Dao talisman was used, it could unleash an attack comparable to a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Marshal or Dao Cultivator. For Marshal or Dao Cultivators below the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, apart from those who could fight opponents above their level, as long as they were hit by the 2-star offensive Dao talisman, they would be half-crippled even if they did not die. The price of a 2-star offensive Dao talisman is the same as a 3-star Vajra talisman. How ridiculous! Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue. However, he also took one of the 2-star offensive Dao talismans and was prepared to buy one. In just a short while, he had already bought items worth 700,000 merit points on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. Fortunately, there was no one else on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. Otherwise, they would definitely be shocked and envious. However, when Duan Lingtian brought these items to the entrance of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion to settle the bill, the 2 inner court deacons were still dumbfounded. Are you sure you want to buy these? One of the inner court deacons asked in disbelief. He had no choice but to ask. Even if he was an inner court disciple, it was impossible for him to be so generous. Moreover, the young man in front of him had an outer court disciple's token hanging on his waist. It was obvious he was only an outer court disciple. I'll pay by card, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he swiped 700,000 merit points from the crystal shell. When he swiped it out, he could not help but feel a pang in his heart. When the 2 inner court deacons saw the 700,000 merit points had been transferred to their account, they looked at each other and saw an inexplicable shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 1463. After the 2 inner court deacons witnessed Duan Lingtian leaving the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion, he continued to ascend to the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. His silhouette gradually disappeared before their eyes. Don't tell me he's an inner court elder's last disciple? One of the inner court deacons muttered. Only an inner court elder's last disciple would be able to take out so many merit points for a mere outer court disciple. A last disciple was the last disciple who would no longer take in any disciples. A last disciple was someone who was doted on by everyone. His master valued him so much that his master would not hesitate to use all the resources to nurture him. Even an inner court elder's last disciple might not be able to spend so much. That's 700,000 merit points, not 70,000 merit points. He didn't even bat an eyelid when he obtained them. The other inner court deacon smiled wryly. He was an inner court deacon after all. His position in the Moon Illumination sect was comparable to an outer court elder. However, he only had less than 500,000 merit points in total. It would have been better if they did not compare. Now that they did, it was infuriating. Let alone seeing an outer court disciple casually obtaining 700,000 merit points, he had never even heard of it before. While the two inner court deacons were still shocked by Duan Lingtian's generosity, Duan Lingtian had already ascended to the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion, which was also the last level. There was also a counter at the entrance of the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. An old man with a white beard and a white robe was sitting behind the counter. The old man's body was sturdy. As he sat there, he looked like a giant crouching beast. At first glance, he gave off an invisible sense of oppression. When the old man's spiritual energy swept over, Duan Lingtian felt like he had nowhere to hide. What a powerful spiritual energy! It's not inferior to Elder Fang Gon at all. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. The strength of the white-robed old man's spiritual energy on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion was not inferior to Fang Gon, the inner court elder on the 2nd level of the Merit Pavilion. It was apparent that he was also an inner court elder. "Are you Duan Lingtian?" When Duan Lingtian walked up to the counter and took off his storage ring without waiting for the old man to speak, the burly old man in a white robe opened his mouth and looked at Duan Lingtian with great interest. His eyes were full of amazement. "Elder knows me?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be recognized. Could it be that this person also went to the outer area yesterday and saw the life and death duel between him and Feng Fan? "That old fellow, Fang Gon, sent me a voice transmission talisman earlier, saying that you've come to the Merit Pavilion. He praised you so much. Now that I look at it, you're indeed a man of striking appearance. As for the rest..." Before the white-robed old man could finish his sentence, a powerful aura suddenly rose from his body and swept out. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic beast that opened its bloody mouth and pounced toward Duan Lingtian as though it wanted to swallow him into its stomach. Duan Lingtian did not expect the old man to suddenly use his aura to oppress him. He was caught off guard. The powerful aura came head-on, causing him to feel oppressed. However, his body was so strong, and his will was so tenacious that he would not be affected by the old man's aura. "No matter how the wind blows, I'll remain unmoved like a mountain." Seeing that his aura did not make the purple-clad young man in front of him take a step back, and there was no change in his expression, a hint of surprise appeared in the white-robed old man's eyes. Looks like that old fellow, Fang Gon, did not exaggerate. It was obvious that he acknowledged Duan Lingtian's strength. "Elder Fang Gon, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary outer court disciple," Duan Lingtian said humbly. "An ordinary outer court disciple?" The white-robed old man snorted. "I've never seen an ordinary outer court disciple who can defeat Feng Fan, who's ranked on the Earth ranking. Moreover, he even killed him. Young man, it's good to be talented. However, if you're too humble, you'll lose the drive that young people should have. Thank you for your guidance, Elder." Duan Lingtian was sweating profusely. Did this elder think that he was not showing off enough? "All right, put down your spatial ring and go in." The white-robed old man waved his hand and said, "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. After putting down his spatial ring, he walked into the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. Before he entered, he had already guessed that the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion was where all kinds of saint-grade martial tactics were stored. This was because this was the last level of the Merit Pavilion. He did not see any saint-grade martial tactics on the previous 2 levels. One of the main reasons he came this time was the saint-grade martial tactic. To be more precise, it was the human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. Before he came, he already had a target in mind. Therefore, he did not spend too much time choosing after he arrived. Even on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect, there were only a few human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics. Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately fixed on one of them. To be more precise, he was staring at the saint token that contained the saint-grade martial tactic. Beside the saint token, there was an introduction paper that introduced the name of the Saint Grade martial tactic in the Saint token, and the techniques contained in the Saint Grade martial tactic. Pun soars in the 9 heavens, heavy as Mount Tai, golden shirt. This is it. As it turns out, the Saint Grade martial tactic that contains these 3 techniques is called the Golden Ping Mass tactic. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the introduction beside the Saint token. The Golden Ping Mass tactic was the human rank prominent Saint Grade martial tactic that Feng Fan, who died in his hands yesterday, cultivated. The defensive technique, Golden Shirt, in this set of Saint Grade martial tactic was the upgraded version of the defensive technique, Silver Shirt, that Duan Lingtian cultivated. Currently, Duan Lingtian had cultivated the Silver Shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Unless he changed his cultivation to the Golden Shirt, he would not be able to make any progress. Once he changed his cultivation to the Golden Shirt, he would not have to start from scratch. He could directly transform it to the 3rd stage, the competent stage, the Golden Shirt. Its power was no different from the highest stage of the Silver Shirt. Before coming to the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind to choose the human rank prominent Saint Grade martial tactic that contained the Golden Shirt. Apart from the Golden Shirt, he also had his eyes on the Heavy as Mount Tai. The Heavy as Mount Tai was a close-range offensive martial tactic. He had personally experienced its power before. Ever since he came to the Dao martial Saint Lan, close-range attacks had always been his weakness. He could only rely on the close-range attack, the Sound of Death, that was contained in the Saint Grade martial tactic, the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, that he cultivated. The Saint Grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, was a set of Saint Grade martial tactic that focused on long-range attacks. Therefore, compared to the Heavy as Mount Tai, the Sound of Death was slightly inferior. On the other hand, the Saint Grade martial tactic, Golden Rock Mass tactic, focused on close-range attacks. Feng Fan's 1000 Mass sword is already in my hands. Once I cultivate the Heavy as Mount Tai, even if I've just started cultivating it, the power of the Sound of Death will be far more powerful than the Sound of Death when combined with the 1000 Mass sword. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. The 1000 Mass sword was inscribed with the 2-star Saint inscription, the 1000 Mass Saint inscription. Once it was activated, it would make the sword as heavy as 1,000 caddies, but it would not burden the user at all. This is it. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he reached out to grab the Saint token that contained the Saint Grade martial tactic, Golden Rock Mass tactic. The moment the Saint token entered his hand, Duan Lingtian's expression changed for no reason. He quickly retrieved the Saint token and took 2 steps back. At the same time, his other hand swept across the place where the Saint token was at lightning speed, stirring up a gust of wind. However, this hand was still too slow. Duan Lingtian was the first to take the Saint token. Humph! You're just an outer court disciple. How dare you compete with me for the Golden Rock Mass tactic? Before I borrow it today, don't even think about borrowing it. A cold snort was heard. It was a young man who had appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. He was looking at Duan Lingtian with contempt. At the same time, he looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner, as he spoke in a condescending tone. Duan Lingtian finally saw clearly that the person who took the Saint token after him was an inner court disciple. This could be seen from the inner court disciple token hanging on his waist. If it was a polite inner court disciple who said that he was in a hurry and wanted to borrow the Golden Rock Mass tactic first, Duan Lingtian might be willing to let him borrow the Golden Rock Mass tactic first. However, this inner court disciple wanted to snatch the Saint token that was in his hand from the beginning. Then, he even spoke to him in a condescending tone as though he was ordering him to do so. At once, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. He had always been a person who was amenable to persuasion but not coercion. Therefore, in the face of this rude inner court disciple, he only glanced at him coldly and ignored him. He turned around and walked to another area in the Merit Pavilion. There were no Saint Grade martial tactics in that area. Instead, there were jade tokens that recorded all kinds of information. These jade tokens were all-encompassing. They were exactly what Duan Lingtian needed. Although he had been in the Dao Martial Saint Land for more than a year, he still did not know much about the Dao Martial Saint Land. Through these jade tokens, he could learn more about this mysterious and vast Dao Martial Saint Land. How dare you ignore me? When the inner court disciple saw Duan Lingtian leaving with the saint token after glancing at him indifferently, he was stunned at first. When he regained his senses, he was instantly enraged. He did not expect to encounter such an outer court disciple who did not know what was good for him when he came to the Merit Pavilion to borrow the second half of the Golden Rock Mass tactic. In the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court, the only people who could make him wary were the 5 outer court disciples who were ranked in the Earth ranking. He did not care about the other outer court disciples at all. He had seen the 5 outer court disciples who were ranked in the Earth ranking before. He was certain this outer court disciple who did not know what was good for him was not one of them. If it was not for the fact that fighting was prohibited in the Merit Pavilion, he would have taught this outer court disciple who did not know what was good for him a lesson. Boy, everyone has to pay the price for their stupid choices. I'll give you one last chance. Hand the saint token over obediently, and kneel down to apologize to me. Otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret it if something happens that makes you unhappy after you leave the Merit Pavilion. Chapter 1464. Idiot! Faced with the inner court disciples' repeated provocations and threats, Duan Lingtian finally could not help but turn around. He glanced at the inner court disciple nonchalantly and spat out 2 words. Idiot! As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, the inner court disciple was dumbfounded. Did this fellow just call him an idiot? An outer court disciple actually dared to call him an idiot? In an instant, the inner court disciple could only feel the fury in his heart on the verge of bursting out. However, by the time he regained his senses, Duan Lingtian had already picked out a few jade tokens and was heading to the entrance of the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion. Taking a deep breath, the inner court disciple suppressed his anger and followed after him. Soon after, he arrived at the counter in front of Duan Lingtian. He picked up his spatial ring and left. It was obvious he did not intend to borrow the Golden Rock Mass tactic. The white-robed old man behind the counter did not stop him. The reason he did not stop him was because the inner court disciple did not take anything from the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion and did not touch the jade tokens that contained the Saint Grade martial tactic in the Merit Pavilion. Elder. When Duan Lingtian took out the saint token that contained the Golden Rock Mass tactic and a few other jade tokens and placed them on the counter, he could sense the cold killing intent in the inner court disciple's eyes as he walked down the stairs. However, he completely ignored it. He, Duan Lingtian, had never been a person who was afraid of trouble. Golden Rock Mass tactic? It's a pretty good human rank prominent saint grade martial tactic. The old man picked up the saint token and took a look at it before he nodded. Then, he looked at the other jade tokens. These jade tokens are just ordinary jade tokens that record some information. However, since there's a lot of information in them, each one costs 1,000 merit points. This Golden Rock Mass tactic costs 30,000 merit points to borrow once. You can borrow it here. After you've paid the merit points, you can start borrowing it. The old man said to Duan Lingtian. Let's pay them all together. Duan Lingtian took out his crystal card and swiped more than 30,000 merit points. After putting away the jade slips that recorded various information, he picked up the saint slip that recorded the saint grade martial tactic, Golden Rock Mass tactic, and began to read it. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt a vast amount of information surging into his mind and becoming part of his mind. He had memorized the entire Golden Rock Mass tactics. This was his unique ability. Ordinary martial cultivators and Dao cultivators would need to borrow saint-grade martial tactics and saint-grade Dao techniques 5 times before they could fully master them. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, only needed to do it once, and he could memorize it all in an instant. Duan Lingtian, who originally wanted to delay for a quarter of an hour, recalled the words of the white-robed old man behind the counter. He couldn't help but smile. Young people should have the spirit of young people. If that's the case... Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he made up his mind. Then, under the astonished gaze of the white-robed old man, Duan Lingtian put down the saint's slip. Elder, I've finished reading it. You've finished reading it? The white-robed old man's eyes widened in shock when he heard that. Did you read it when you were inside? Many people who came to borrow Saint-grade martial tactics would start at the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion. As long as a person picked up the saint's slip in the Merit Pavilion, regardless of whether he came out with the saint's slip in the end, he would have to pay the corresponding borrowing fee. This was to prevent people from secretly borrowing the Saint-grade martial tactic without paying merit points. As the guardian of the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion, other than collecting merit points, the old man's job was to monitor the situation on the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion. Just like the inner court disciple who had left earlier. Since he had not touched the saint's slip or jade slip in the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion, the old man did not stop him when he left. If he had touched the saint's slip or jade slip and wanted to leave, the old man would have stopped him immediately and made him pay the corresponding merit points. In the face of the old man's question, Duan Lingtian smiled. Elder, what do you think? Good lad, you gave me a fright. I really thought you had finished reading the contents of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in an instant. It turns out that you had already read it when you were still inside, the old man said as he shook his head. It was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to finish reading the contents of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in such a short time. If he found out that not only did Duan Lingtian finish reading the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic, but he had even finished reading all 5 stages of the Golden Rock Mass tactic, one could only wonder what kind of expression he would have. This was what made Duan Lingtian different from other people. He could memorize all the Saint-grade martial tactics in the saint's slip in the blink of an eye. This gave him a unique advantage in this regard that was not something ordinary people could compare to. Just like now, he had spent 30,000 merit points to memorize the contents of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in one go. He did not need to borrow it again in the future. Compared to ordinary martial cultivators who wanted to borrow the Golden Rock Mass tactic, he saved a total of 120,000 merit points. After all, an ordinary martial cultivator would need to borrow it at least 5 times if he wanted to cultivate the Golden Rock Mass tactic to the highest stage. If he borrowed it 5 times and spent 30,000 merit points each time, it would be 150,000 merit points. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian only smiled and did not explain further. What could he say? Could he say that he had memorized the entire Golden Rock Mass tactic and did not need to borrow it again in the future? Even if he said that, the old man might not believe him. Elder, I'll take my leave first then. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the old man and prepared to leave. That inner court disciple earlier is at the early Saint Rudiment stage. The old man reminded Duan Lingtian when he was about to leave. It was rare for him to do so. It was obvious he had been watching the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the inner court disciple from the beginning until the end. Although it's not important to me, thank you very much, Elder. Upon hearing the old man's reminder, Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked him. It's not important? The old man was stunned. Isn't there a rule in the sect that inner court disciples are not allowed to bully outer court disciples in the outer court district? Let alone the fact that he's only at the early Saint Rudiment stage, even if he's at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage or even the mastery Saint Rudiment stage, would he still dare to make a move on me? Duan Lingtian smiled. The old man was stunned. So that's what you think. However, if that's what you think, you're sorely mistaken. Huh! Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be puzzled. The Merit Pavilion is located at the intersection of the inner court district and the outer court district. Strictly speaking, this is not considered the outer court district. Naturally, it's not considered the inner court district but the middle district. The old man said, Inner court disciples are allowed to attack outer court disciples here. As long as they don't kill or even cripple the outer court disciple, there's almost no restriction. I see. If that's the case, this is indeed very important to me. Duan Lingtian did not expect this to be the case. He thanked the old man again. Originally, when he had a conflict with the inner court disciple, he had already prepared himself for the other party's revenge. Naturally, he only thought the other party would not dare to attack him before he entered the inner court. As long as he entered the inner court, he would not necessarily be afraid of the other party. However, after listening to the old man's words, he realized he was wrong. As it turned out, the Merit Pavilion was not considered the outer court district. Outer court disciples were not protected by the sex rules here. Early Saint Rudiment stage. However, after learning that the inner court disciple was only an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, Duan Lingtian was no longer worried. After Duan Lingtian left the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion, he continued to walk down. Soon he arrived at the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. Just when he was about to continue walking down, one of the inner court deacons behind the counter at the entrance of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion called out to him. "Are you Duan Lingtian?" The inner court deacon's eyes were filled with curiosity. It was obvious his companion was curious as well. It was obvious they had already vaguely guessed Duan Lingtian's identity, but they were not certain. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, under the 2 inner court deacons' shocked gazes, he left the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion and continued to walk down. So he's really Duan Lingtian. No wonder he's so generous. That's right. He gave away 700,000 merit points in one go. I heard he made a net profit of 3 million merit points yesterday. Today, he even generously returned half of his merit points to the people in the outer court district who gave him merit points. As they spoke, the 2 inner court deacons sighed again. Elder Fang gone. When he passed by the 2nd level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian greeted the old man who had already opened his eyes and was looking at him with a smile. Then, with the old man's nod, he went to the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion. When he arrived at the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had entered a wet market. Many inner court disciples were shouting and peddling. There are some stalls that weren't here when I arrived. Duan Lingtian glanced around the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion and noticed that there were many new stalls. He immediately called out to Hualao and began to wander around the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion again. Unfortunately, he did not come across the materials needed to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Looks like I've run out of luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He stepped out and left the Merit Pavilion. After taking a few steps, Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. This was because he noticed that someone was walking towards him with ill intentions. With just one look, Duan Lingtian recognized this person. It was the extremely arrogant inner court disciple that he had met on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. After leaving the Merit Pavilion, this person had obviously been waiting for him here. I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. The inner court disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. From his words, it was obvious that he had been waiting for Duan Lingtian for a while. Don't dare to come out. You think you're worthy of scaring me into not coming out? Chapter 1465. The inner court disciple initially thought that the outer court disciple in front of him would panic after realizing that he was blocking his path. Who knew that not only did the other party not panic, but he even talked back to him fearlessly. He did not know why, but at this moment, a sense of dread rose in his heart. Could it be that there was someone behind this outer court disciple? Otherwise, why would he dare to talk back to an inner court disciple like him? Was he not afraid that he would be bedridden for a few months? At this moment, many people noticed the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and the inner court disciple, and they all gathered around to watch the show. Even the people on the 1st floor of the Merit Pavilion, including the inner court disciples who had set up their stalls, closed their stalls and came out to watch the show. To them, it was better to watch a show than to stay in the 1st floor of the Merit Pavilion and guard their stalls. Moreover, when there was a show outside, no one would care about their stalls at all. This was because everyone had gone to watch the show. It's Yinan! Someone recognized the inner court disciple who was confronting Duan Lingtian and made fun of him. Yinan, you're an inner court disciple. Why are you competing with an outer court disciple? Don't you think it's embarrassing? When Yinan heard that, his face turned green and white. Eh? It's him! At this moment, the owners of the stalls that Duan Lingtian had visited earlier, a few inner court disciples, recognized Duan Lingtian. They had a deep impression of Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian had pushed the price of their items down to their bottom line. Soon, more and more people came to watch the show, and they almost formed a circle. Yinan did not expect the situation to turn out like this. It was completely out of his control, and he was in a difficult position. "Who's your master?" He took a deep breath and asked Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission. His tone was gentler. "You're asking about my master?" When Duan Lingtian heard Yinan's true energy voice transmission, how could he not know what he was thinking? He was instantly amused and teased him. "Why? Are you worried that I have a master who's in the upper echelon of the sect, and you're afraid that you can't afford to offend him?" Yinan used true energy voice transmission, but Duan Lingtian directly said it out loud. For a moment, the gazes that everyone present looked at Yinan became somewhat strange. "You've already stopped him, and now you're asking him if he has a back. Isn't it a little too late?" Many inner disciples couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha! Yinan, don't tell me you're scared? If you're scared, then hurry up and make way for this junior brother. Don't block this junior brother from returning to the outer sect." There were also many inner disciples who knew Yinan, and were not on good terms with him, who made fun of him. An inner disciple actually cowered in front of an outer disciple. How shameful! More and more people were making fun of him. Yinan's face alternated between green and white. His heart was filled with shame and indignation. His gaze once again fell on Duan Lingtian with a piercingly cold light. "No matter who is behind you, since you don't know the rules of respecting your elder brothers, then as your senior brother, I will properly teach you how to behave." Yinan's words were so dignified that he changed his nature of intercepting Duan Lingtian. "Disrespect my elder brother?" Upon hearing Yinan's words, Duan Lingtian laughed. "What a big hat! Do you think that even if I have someone behind me, he won't do anything to you because he's in the wrong after you said that? You!" Yinan did not expect his thoughts to be exposed in just a few words. For a moment, he was filled with shame and indignation. He could sense that the gazes that were looking at him had become unusually strange. "Actually, you don't have to spend so much effort. To tell you the truth, I don't have anyone behind me. You don't have to be suspicious. If you want to make a move, then go ahead. If you don't dare to make a move, then scram. I still have to rush back to cultivate. I don't have time to waste here with you," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. He was getting a little impatient as he spoke. "Ha ha! Yinan, don't tell me you're really a coward? This junior brother already said that he doesn't have anyone behind him. Don't tell me you're still afraid to make a move? How boring! I thought there would be a show to watch. Who knew that Yinan would be so cowardly?" Many inner court disciples were eager to see the world burn, and they shook their heads as they spoke. His words entered Yinan's ears, and it caused his face to flush red. He was angered to the point he couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. "Today, as an inner court senior brother, I'll properly teach you, an outer court junior brother, how to respect your elder brother." Duan Lingtian had exposed Yinan's thoughts time and time again. It had also caused Yinan to be completely enraged. He almost lost his mind. "You want to teach me? Then, let's see if you have the ability." Looking at Yinan, who was ready to make a move at any time, Duan Lingtian said with a cold smile on his face. "You're courting death." Yinan roared and finally made his move. His body moved like the wind and thunder. In an instant, he had already closed in on Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared. He suddenly shook it and whipped it toward Duan Lingtian. The long spear pierced through the air as spear shadows filled the sky. They were like poisonous snakes that charged out in unison and bit toward Duan Lingtian. One must admit that as an inner court disciple at the early Saint Rudiment stage, Yinan's strength was extremely impressive. At the very least, he was not any weaker than Feng Fan before he activated the thousand-masked saint inscription on his heavy sword. In the face of Yinan's menacing spear shadows that filled the sky, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He stood there motionless like a mountain, as though he was willing to expose his entire body to Yinan. While many of the spectating inner court disciples were worried for Duan Lingtian finally made his move. A heavy sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. As soon as the heavy sword appeared in his hand, his true energy surged into it, causing a mysterious aura to appear on the heavy sword. It was as though it had transformed into a thousand-mass hammer in an instant. Heavy as Mount Tai, Duan Lingtian chanted in his heart. With a lift of his hand, the heavy sword in his hand trembled before it suddenly swung out to meet Yinan's menacing spear shadows that filled the sky. The heavy sword moved like wind and thunder. Wherever it passed, it was as though a mountain had collapsed. It caused the air to tremble and set off a series of continuous sounds of wind and thunder. The sound of wind and thunder was accompanied by gusts of raging wind that spread in all directions. "It's the thousand-masked saint inscription!" An inner court disciple was the first to exclaim in surprise. It was obvious that he had recognized the saint inscription that had been activated on Duan Lingtian's heavy sword. When Yinan heard the inner court disciple's exclamation, his expression changed slightly. He realized that the outer court disciple in front of him might really have an extraordinary background. What a joke! That was a 2-star saint inscription, the thousand-masked saint inscription. A saint weapon that was inscribed with the thousand-masked saint inscription would cost at least 200,000 merit points in the merit pavilion. How could someone who could use such a saint weapon be an ordinary outer court disciple? It was obviously impossible. At this moment, Yinan began to regret his decision. However, he had already attacked with all his might. It was too late for him to stop now. However, he soon realized that even if he did not stop, he would still not be able to hurt his opponent. As the heavy sword that was as heavy as a mountain collided with Yinan's long spear, the air seemed to have exploded at this moment. Boom! A small shockwave raged out, setting off gusts of even more terrifying wind. The raging wind caused the robes of the group of inner court disciples who were watching to flutter. However, they did not care about this at all. They continued to watch the duel between Duan Lingtian and Yinan without blinking. As the air seemed to have exploded, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the outer court disciple who had swung the heavy sword in his hand continuously retreated several steps. On the other hand, the spear in the inner court disciple's hand, Yinan, was broken and sent flying far away. Yinan's hand that was holding the spear was now a bloody mess. Not only that, Yinan, who was at the center of the collision, also forcibly endured the oncoming force after the spear in her hand was knocked away. Her entire body was blasted away and fell to the ground more than 10 meters away, looking extremely miserable. This heavy as Mount Tai is really awesome when used together with the thousand-masked saint inscription. Although the vital energy and blood in Duan Lingtian's body were surging, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He had not officially started to cultivate the heavy as Mount Tai offensive technique in the Golden Rock Mass tactic. He had only casually used it, but the effect of using it together with the thousand-masked saint inscription surprised and delighted him at the same time. When the sword swept out like a mountain, it was as though everything had to give way to him. That kind of domineering feeling, that kind of delightful feeling, made the blood in his entire body seem to boil. Right now, he was filled with excitement and couldn't wait to laugh out loud. Inner court senior brother? Duan Lingtian sneered as he glanced indifferently at Yinan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. After putting away the thousand-masked sword, he strode toward the outer court area under the shocked gazes of the group of inner court disciples. When Yinan heard the sarcasm in Duan Lingtian's sneer, he was so angry that his vital energy and blood surged. His injuries worsened and he fainted immediately. When Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared before their eyes, the inner court disciples who were watching finally regained their senses. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. When did such a person appear in the outer court? There are only 5 outer court disciples who can defeat Yinan so easily. Moreover, they're all powerhouses at the peak of the mortal shedding stage who are ranked on the Earth ranking. You're wrong. It's 4 people. Feng Fan died yesterday. I'm not wrong. Feng Fan is dead, but someone has replaced his position. Don't forget, after killing Feng Fan, that newly emerged monster from the outer court has already replaced Feng Fan's position and replaced Feng Fan's ranking on the Earth ranking. That monster seems to be called Duan Lingtian. One by one, the outer sect disciples began to discuss among themselves. What happened just now had truly shocked them to the core. Do you guys think that? Could that outer court disciple be Duan Lingtian? Suddenly, a voice sounded. If you say so, it's possible. The sword in the outer court disciple's hand looks very similar to the sword Feng Fan used before. Not only that, but it also has the 1000-masked saint inscription on it. Many inner court disciples regained their senses after the reminder. In the end, they were almost certain. Chapter 1466. After confirming that the outer court disciple was Duan Lingtian, the shock on the group of inner court disciples' faces increased instead of lessening. I've only heard that Duan Lingtian is strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Although the 1000-masked sword contributed to his victory over Yinan, it doesn't cover up his own strength at all. Many inner court disciples exclaimed. He's worthy of his reputation. That Duan Lingtian is even more monstrous than the rumors say. Another inner court disciple chimed in. I heard that Duan Lingtian is only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now. He's already so monstrous when he's only at the perfection mortal shedding stage. How terrifying would he be when he breaks through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, or even the saint rudiment stage? Someone exclaimed when he recalled Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. The scene fell into a dead silence at once. After all this time, they had forgotten about this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. A perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator who killed Feng Fan, who's ranked 99th on the Earth ranking, and replaced him. He entered the Earth ranking with his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage. I don't think there's such a monstrous person in the history of the 9 sect alliances, right? An inner court disciple said. Duan Lingtian is destined to rewrite the history of the 9 sect alliances Earth ranking. Many inner court disciples were excited. Duan Lingtian is our Moon Illumination sect's disciple. This is our entire Moon Illumination sect's glory. I heard that Duan Lingtian earned a total of 3 million merit points from the battle with Feng Fan yesterday. I heard about that too. However, he seems to have returned half of it to most of the people today. Even so, the merit points in his hands are still more than 5 million. 5 million merit points. His wealth is comparable to those inner court elders in our inner court, right? Many inner court disciples were envious when they mentioned Duan Lingtian's wealth. He's Duan Lingtian? A tycoon with more than 5 million merit points? The few inner disciples who had been patronized by Duan Lingtian before were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood when they thought of how Duan Lingtian tried to bargain with them. At the same time, their eyes were filled with resentment. You're a tycoon with millions of merit points. Do you really need to haggle so much just to buy something that only costs a few thousand merit points? He had forcefully reduced the original price of several thousand merit points to a few hundred merit points. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of the grievances of these inner disciples. After Yinan fainted from anger, he returned to the outer sect district, and returned to his own independent courtyard. After returning to his room, the first thing he did was enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After handing over a pile of materials to Hulao, he went to the 2nd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He took out the few jade slips he bought from the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion and browsed through the large amount of information inside. There were many things he was interested in these jade slips. While Hulao was busy repairing the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian's mind was completely immersed in the few jade slips in his hands. To be more precise, he was immersed in the large amount of information contained in these jade slips. The information in these few jade slips was all-encompassing. There was information about Saint Refinement Master's weapon forging and medicine refinement, about Tao Talisman inscribing by Tao Talisman Masters, about Saint Inscription Masters inscribing Saint Inscriptions. There was also information about many other aspects that were too much for the eyes to take in. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was mainly looking at the information about the Saint Inscriptions. Although he had the broadsword inscribed with the 2-star Saint Inscription, the 1,000-mass Saint Inscription, in his hand, and he could see what the 1,000-mass Saint Inscription looked like, he could only find out that the Saint Inscription in the Down Martial Saint Land was similar to the inscription in the Mortal Continent. He did not know anything about other connections. Through the information recorded in the jade slips in his hands, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of the Saint Inscription. As it turns out, the Saint Inscription and the inscription have so many similarities. As long as I can find a point of convergence, there's not much difference between the inscription and the Saint Inscription. It's not impossible to upgrade the inscription to the Saint Inscription. Perhaps, the other memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu are meaningless to me now. However, the memories of the inscription Dao might be a great fortune for me in the Dao Martial Saint Land. A Saint Inscription Master represents wealth. After gaining a deeper understanding of the Saint Inscription, Duan Lingtian realized that as long as he studied the Saint Inscription himself, he might be able to find the point of convergence between the Saint Inscription and the inscription. In that case, the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu regarding the inscription Dao would come in handy. Duan Lingtian might become a Saint Inscription Master in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the value of the Saint Inscription was much higher than the Dao Talisman. The reason for the difference was that the Dao Talisman was usually a one-time use item. Naturally, Duan Lingtian learned from the information in the jade slips that some high-grade Dao Talismans could be used twice or even thrice. Those high-grade Dao Talismans were not something the Moon Illumination sect could come into contact with. To the Moon Illumination sect, they were a legend. Unlike the Dao Talisman, the Saint Inscription was usually inscribed on the Saint Weapon. As long as the Saint Weapon was not destroyed, the Saint Inscription would always be useful. Due to this reason, the value of the Saint Inscription was very high. Just like the 1,000-mass sword in his hand, it was worth more than 200,000 merit points just because it was inscribed with a 2-star Saint Inscription. On the other hand, a 2-star Dao Talisman could only be sold for several tens of thousands of merit points. Naturally, there were exceptions. For example, a 2-star offensive Dao Talisman. A 2-star offensive Dao Talisman could unleash an attack at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage once it was used. After having a certain understanding of the Saint Inscription, Duan Lingtian learned more about the Saint Inscription Masters and the weapon refinement and medicine refinement. However, he soon realized he would not be able to refine weapons and medicine refinement anymore. This was because the Saint Inscription Masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land had to possess a body with the pure fire attribute. Only then would they be able to communicate with the flames needed to refine weapons and medicine refinement. This was completely different from the Cloud Continent. On the Cloud Continent, as long as one's cultivation base had reached a certain level, one would be able to condense pill fire or weapon fire with one's origin energy, as long as one had an innate talent in alchemy and weapons crafting. As expected, different temples have different scriptures, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. However, he was not disappointed after learning about this. This was because there was no shortage of Saint Inscription Masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land, whether it was weapon refinement or medicine refinement. What was lacking was Saint Inscription Masters and Dao Talisman Masters. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from the Martial Dao, Saint Inscriptions and Dao Talismans were the most respected. I'll ask Elder Fangong when I have the time to see where I can learn the Saint Inscription. As long as I understand the foundation of the Saint Inscription, it'll only be a matter of time before I can connect the inscription with the Saint Inscription. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart could not help but surge with excitement. Saint Inscription Master. Duan Lingtian had the potential and innate talent to become a Saint Inscription Master. Moreover, once he became a Saint Inscription Master, he would not be an ordinary Saint Inscription Master. Due to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, once he connected the inscription with the saint inscription, he might even have the chance to become a saint inscription master. Although there was only a one-word difference between the saint inscription master and saint inscription master, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. There might not even be one saint inscription master among 1,000 saint inscription masters. After roughly understanding the other information contained in the few jade tokens, Duan Lingtian shifted his focus back to cultivation. First, he had to convert the defensive technique, Silver Shirt, to Golden Shirt. As the upgraded version of the Silver Shirt, the cultivation of the Golden Shirt was similar to that of the Silver Shirt. For this reason, it did not take long for Duan Lingtian to cultivate the Golden Shirt. Moreover, it was the Golden Shirt that was at the third stage, the competent stage. Currently, as soon as Duan Lingtian cast the Golden Shirt, his body glowed with a golden light as though he was wearing a layer of Golden Shirt. After cultivating the Golden Shirt, Duan Lingtian shifted his focus back to the Saint-grade martial tactic, the Golden Rock Mass tactic, and began to cultivate the offensive technique, the Gargantuan Mountain. This was a powerful technique that was combined with the Thousand Mass Sword. Today, he had not even cultivated the first stage of the Gargantuan Mountain, but the first time he used the Gargantuan Mountain together with the Thousand Mass Sword, he sent Yinan, the inner court disciple, flying. Using strength to overcome strength, using strength to fight strength. The feeling of his vital energy and blood rolling in his body made Duan Lingtian feel extremely exhilarated. Naturally, while he was cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic, Duan Lingtian did not neglect the cultivation of his cultivation base. His current goal was to break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage as soon as possible. At that time, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. His saint veins would also be opened to the maximum. In the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Dao Martial Saint Land, a huge floating island was suspended in the air without any support. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, and it looked like a paradise on earth. And on this floating island, there was an incomparably luxurious palace. The palace was huge and occupied a vast area. It was even bigger than the capital of a dynasty on the mortal continent. Behind the palace was a back garden that looked like a prairie. There were many docile strange beasts walking around, making the entire back garden look lively and lively. There was a spacious pavilion in the corner of the backyard. The pavilion was also suspended in the air, and there was a vast lake under the pavilion. There were all kinds of fish swimming in the lake. In the pavilion, a young man and a young woman who looked like a golden couple were sitting opposite to each other around a stone table. The stone table was filled with delicacies. Just a glance was enough to whet one's appetite. However, the man and woman's attention was not on the delicacies. To be more precise, the woman's attention was elsewhere. "Rower, are you thinking about Tian'er again?" A handsome young man with an appearance that was extremely similar to Duan Lingtian asked in a soft voice with a gentle gaze. "Brother Feng, it's been so many years. Why hasn't Tian'er come yet? Could something have happened to him?" Chapter 1467. Don't worry. As long as Tian'er has the ability to open the jade box I left for him, he'll naturally come to the Dao Martial Saint Land. I've already given him a detailed address so he can look for Elder Ku there. The young man was none other than Duan Lingtian's cheapskate father, Duan Ruffeng. He looked at his wife and comforted her. As long as he finds Elder Ku will bring him to see us immediately. We should have brought him along with us back then, Li Rose said regretfully. Or didn't you agree with my decision back then? Believe me, with the 3 Dao talismans I left behind, coupled with Tian'er's great fortune, he'll definitely be able to come to the Dao Martial Saint Land safely. Who knows, he might have already met Elder Ku and is on his way back now, Duan Ruffeng said. Back then, he had left his son behind because he hoped his son would grow up step by step in the mortal continent. That way, he would be able to unleash his potential. If his son followed him to the Dao Martial Saint Land, his future in the martial Dao would definitely be affected. Which parent would not want their son to be successful? Due to this reason, when she heard Duan Ruffeng's explanation, Li Ro agreed without even thinking about it. I hope so. Li Ro was still a little worried. A few years ago, when I was out, I met the Oracle Man and asked him to divine Tiana's fortune. Duan Ruffin looked at Li Ro and smiled. Before he could finish his words, Li Ro interrupted him. You mean the Oracle Man who knows everything about astronomy and geography and is said to be able to divine fate? Li Ro had been in the Azure Cloud Mansion for a long time. She had also heard about the Oracle Man in the Dao Marshal Saint Land who could divine fate. However, he had an eccentric temper and would only divine the fortunes of those he liked. Otherwise, he would not care no matter how powerful the force behind him was. That's him. Duan Ruffin nodded. I heard that he has a weird temper and only reads the fortunes of those he likes. Furthermore, it is said that even if he reads the fortunes of those he finds pleasing to the eye, he would only read the fortunes of those involved. Why would he be willing to read Tiana's fortune? Li Ro asked suspiciously. I don't know either. I didn't even recognize him at first. He was the one who took the initiative to find me. Duan Ruffin had a strange expression on his face when he said this. He took the initiative to look for you. Li Ro was stunned. Although her husband was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, it should not be enough for the Oracle Man to take the initiative to curry favor with him, right? Li Ro had even heard of a rumor. The leader of a force that was on par with the Azure Cloud Mansion wanted to have his fortune told by the Oracle Man, but he was rejected by the Oracle Man. Therefore, she did not think that the Oracle Man came to her because of her husband's identity. There must be something else behind this. I found it strange as well. However, he said something about the heaven's secret not being divulged. Moreover, when I confirmed his identity and asked him to read Tiana's fortune, he did not reject me at all. He immediately agreed, Duan Ruffin said. He said Tiana is a person with great fortune, and his achievements in the future will surpass mine. He also said it's fortunate that I didn't bring Tiana to the Dao Marshal Saint Land directly. Otherwise, Tiana would have lost a great opportunity. What great opportunity? Li Ro asked curiously. I asked him about it at that time, but he said he didn't know. Duan Ruffin smiled wryly. Again, the heaven's secret not being divulged? Li Ro frowned. Brother Foam, don't tell me that the Oracle Man you met is an impostor? Regarding Tiana's great opportunity, he didn't say anything about the heaven's secret not being divulged. He only said that even he couldn't read it. He only knew that it was a great opportunity. According to him, the great opportunity that Tiana obtained had already exceeded the scope of his divination. When Duan Ruffin reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with joy. After all, that was his son. The greater the opportunity, the greater the achievement, the happier he would be as his father. If it was not because he wanted his son to succeed, he would not have left his son on Cloud Continent. Now it seemed like he had made the right choice. If he had brought his son to the Dao Marshal Saint Land at that time, his son would have missed the great opportunity. As for the Oracle Man's identity, I've confirmed it many times. He's definitely not an impostor. Duan Ruffin was very sure about this. If he's really the old prophet, then what he said should be true. A great fortuitous encounter that even the old prophet couldn't predict. It seems like Tiana's fortuitous encounter on Cloud Continent is really extraordinary. A rare smile appeared on Li Ro's face. Haha! The son of Duan Ruffin, must be someone with great fortune. As the saying goes, like father, like son. Duan Ruffin laughed out loud. You still have the cheek to talk about your great opportunity? Until now, I still can't help but break out in cold sweat every time I think about the experience you mentioned. If it wasn't for that devil cultivator's soul being destroyed, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to control your body completely until now. Li Ro said snappily. Upon hearing this, Duan Ruffin smiled awkwardly. He was speechless for a moment. How's Jing Ru and our 2 future daughters-in-law? Li Ro asked when she recalled the 3 women who came with them. Among the 3 of them, other than Jing Ru whose innate talent is slightly inferior, Bai Yao and Xiao Lan's innate talent are very good. In at most a year, Bai Yao and Xiao Lan's cultivation base will definitely break through again. Duan Ruffin smiled. That's good. When Li Ro mentioned Bai Yao and Xiao Lan, a smile bloomed on her face. They were her 2 future daughters-in-law. Not only were their characters good, but they were also loyal to her son. After so many years, their hearts had not changed at all. They were very similar to her in this aspect. It was rare. As far as I know, these 2 daughters-in-law don't seem to have obtained Tiana's approval yet, right? As for the other 2 daughters-in-law whom I haven't seen before, do you really not need me to send someone to bring them to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Ruffing asked. It's better for Kerr and Fayer to stay on Cloud Continent to accompany Tiana. If all 4 of his second daughters-in-law were to be brought here, wouldn't Tiana hate you to death? When Li Ro mentioned the 2 daughters-in-law, she could not stop smiling. It was not hard to imagine. If Duan Lingtian was here and heard the conversation between his father and mother, he would definitely be shocked. The Oracle Man? He said he had a great fortuitous encounter that was difficult to predict. If he had followed his father to leave Cloud Continent and come to the Dao Martial Saint Land, would he not have encountered such a great fortuitous encounter? Was it not referring to the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? After all, if he had followed his father to the Dao Martial Saint Land, he would not have gone to the overseas Saint Islands and would not have encountered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was all part of God's will. Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, naturally, did not know that their son had come to the Dao Martial Saint Land more than a year ago. Due to the fact that the voice transmission jade slip in the exquisite jade box was damaged, Duan Lingtian did not know where to meet the people his father had arranged. They did not know they were going to be grandparents soon. Just like how Duan Ruffing and Li Ro did not know, Duan Lingtian did not know his father was the mansion master of a powerful force in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion was even more powerful than the Green Wave Han Mansion behind Han Xuan'ai. Currently, Duan Lingtian was staying obediently in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court area on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in his room in his independent courtyard. In these 3 months, my cultivation base has improved. I'm 1 step closer to the paramount mortal shedding stage now. Duan Lingtian, who had stayed in the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 3 months, was very satisfied with his progress. Apart from that, I've also successfully cultivated the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the Golden Shirt, to the 4th stage, the Proficient stage. I've also successfully cultivated the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the Gargantuan Mountain, to the 1st stage, the Fundamental Awareness stage. To Duan Lingtian, the progress he made in these 3 months was huge. Naturally, although he had cultivated the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the Golden Rock Mass Tactic, Duan Lingtian did not neglect the cultivation of the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. However, among the techniques in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, he mainly cultivated the Aerolite Strike and the Body and Arrow Synchronization. He had already cultivated these 2 techniques to a certain stage. If he wanted to improve them further, he would have to put in a lot of effort. Naturally, the progress he made during these 3 months would not be too exaggerated. As for the Golden Shirt, the reason it improved so quickly was due to Duan Lingtian's freakish body. Due to this reason, the cultivation speed of the Golden Shirt was also freakish. 3 months in the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only 1 month in the outside world. After a month, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room to get some fresh air. However, as soon as he opened the door, Duan Lingtian saw a dual invitation flying toward him. Someone sent me a dual invitation? Duan Lingtian frowned, but he still grabbed the dual invitation in his hand. When he opened the dual invitation, he realized it was an ordinary dual invitation. The person who sent the dual invitation was called He Zhong. He Zhong? Isn't that the person who ranks 3rd in the outer court? His ranking on the Earth ranking is much higher than Feng Fan's. I think he's a powerhouse at the peak of the mortal shedding stage who's ranked 66th on the Earth ranking. It had not been a day or 2 since he came to the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court. Duan Lingtian already knew about the other 4 Moon Illumination Sect's outer court disciples who were ranked on the Earth ranking. Therefore, when he saw He Zhong's name on the dual invitation, he knew who the person was. It's not a death dual invitation, so he shouldn't be from Luhuan. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself, Perhaps he heard that I defeated Feng Chong, so he wants to spar with me to test my strength. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, his frown disappeared. After pressing his fingerprint on the duel invitation, Duan Lingtian walked out of the courtyard. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, Duan Lingtian noticed many people looking at him from afar. All of them were looking at him with anticipation as though they were waiting for something. It seems like many people know that He Zhong sent me a duel invitation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 1468. He Zhong responded quickly. The battle in the martial arts practice field would be held in 10 days. 10 days? He's going to take so long to prepare? Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard He Zhong's reply. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was puzzled. Even the group of outer court disciples who were waiting to watch the show were puzzled as well. Senior brother He Zhong is only going to fight senior brother Duan Lingtian in 10 days? Isn't it too late? Perhaps senior brother He Zhong's martial tactic is about to have a breakthrough recently. That's possible. It seems like senior brother He Zhong is afraid of senior brother Duan Lingtian as well. He took the initiative to issue a duel invitation and even took such a long time to fight senior brother Duan Lingtian. That's not strange. Back then, senior brother Duan Lingtian killed Feng Fan in just a blink of an eye. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength is definitely not inferior to senior brother He Zhong. That's right. It's almost impossible for senior brother He Zhong to kill Feng Fan in a death duel like that. Currently, the group of outer court disciples worship Duan Lingtian's strength, almost blindly. Although He Zhong was a powerhouse who ranked 66th on the Earth ranking and the third powerhouse in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court, they were more optimistic about Duan Lingtian in the battle between He Zhong and Duan Lingtian. It was not only because Duan Lingtian had killed Feng Fan a month ago, but it was also because Duan Lingtian had defeated an inner court disciple a month ago. Moreover, it was a defeat in just one move. That battle could be said to have greatly increased the outer court's reputation. What kind of glory was it for an outer court disciple to defeat an inner court disciple? They have so much confidence in me? When Duan Lingtian found out that the group of outer court disciples had so much confidence in him, he could not help but smile wryly. To think that he had planned to set up another bet. From the looks of it now, even if he wanted to set up a bet, it was likely that no one would be willing to bet. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that no one would set up a bet for an ordinary duel. Even if someone did set up a bet, no one would place a bet. Because sparring wouldn't affect one's life, it could be manipulated under the table. If you let me win, I'll let you win. The two sides of the duel could join forces with the banker to make a good profit. No one was a fool. Naturally, no one would bet on such a gamble. Ling Yun and Xiong Hu are both in closed-door cultivation. Duan Lingtian went to look for Ling Yun and Xiong Hu, only to find that they were both in closed-door cultivation. Last time, when I had a life-and-death duel with Feng Fan, I didn't see them either. Could it be that they haven't come out from closed-door cultivation since last time? Duan Lingtian looked for Ling Yun and Xiong Hu mainly because he wanted to return the merit points that his teacher, Fang Hui, had entrusted to him for safekeeping. He planned to give each of them 50,000 yuan. He would give all the 100,000 merit points that Fang Hui had given him to both of them. After all, he was not short of merit points now. However, since both of them were in closed-door cultivation, he could only wait for the next time. Just as Duan Lingtian was preparing to return to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate for a month, an unexpected guest came to visit. It's you? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this unexpected guest. They had met once before. It was one of the two burly men from the mansion of the Outer Court's Grand Elder Dongfang Quan. Duan Lingtian, Elder Dongfang heard that you've come out from closed-door cultivation, so he wants to meet you in his mansion. The burly man went straight to the point. Elder Dongfang wants to meet me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He could not figure out why Dongfang Quan wanted to meet him. After all, he had only made a small deal with Dongfang Quan back then. It was a fair deal. Other than that, he had nothing to do with Dongfang Quan. Please come in. The burly man looked at Duan Lingtian with a look that said, "If you don't leave by yourself, I'll carry you." "All right." Although Duan Lingtian had no idea why Dong Fang Quan wanted to meet him, he did not reject him. He was still in the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect, so he could not afford to offend Dong Fang Quan. No matter what, Dong Fang Quan was the outer court's grand elder. If he wanted to deal with him, it would be a piece of cake. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian was also curious why Dong Fang Quan wanted to meet him. When he arrived at Dong Fang Quan's mansion again, Duan Lingtian met Dong Fang Quan again under the guidance of the burly man. When he saw Dong Fang Quan, he was tasting tea in the gazebo. "Have a seat." After Dong Fang Quan gestured to Duan Lingtian to take a seat, he gestured to the burly man who brought Duan Lingtian in a nonchalant manner. The burly man immediately retreated tactfully. "Are you curious why I want to meet you?" Dong Fang Quan asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he was very curious. "I heard you've accepted He Zhong's battle invitation?" Dong Fang Quan asked again. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Do you know He Zhong's identity?" Dong Fang Quan asked. "If I'm not mistaken, he should be the direct disciple of an inner court elder, right?" Duan Lingtian speculated. Although there were no rumors about He Zhong's background in the outer court, Duan Lingtian knew He Zhong's background was not simple. Just like Feng Fan, no one knew that he had an inner sect elder as his master. He Zhong's master is the vice sect leader. Dong Fang Quan looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, "Vice sect leader?" Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard that. It was not his first day in the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, he knew what the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect meant. Although he was not at the saint stage, he was at the imminent saint stage. His strength was only inferior to the sect leader and a few other saint stage powerhouses. He Zhong was actually the direct disciple of a vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect? That's right. Dong Fang Quan nodded. Although this news is shocking, it doesn't seem to mean anything to me, right? The battle invitation that He Zhong sent me was only an ordinary battle invitation. It's not a death duel invitation. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. If that's really what you think, then you're gravely mistaken. Although I don't know why he didn't send you a life and death battle invitation, I know that it's definitely not that simple for him to send you a battle invitation. Dong Fang Quan said. It's not that simple? I don't even know him. Don't tell me there's a feud between us? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. There's no feud between you, but what about his uncle? Dong Fang Quan asked again. His uncle? Who's that? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Lu Huan. Under Duan Lingtian's puzzled gaze, Dong Fang Quan spat out the name twice that shocked Duan Lingtian. Lu Huan? Are you sure? This isn't a secret among the sect's high-ranking officials. Dong Fang Quan said. You're from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, and you're also the disciple of Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Lu Huan definitely won't let you go. Therefore, I'm looking for you to remind you to be careful of He Zhong. He Zhong? Lu Huan's nephew? Duan Lingtian nodded and stood up at the same time. He cupped his hands together and thanked Dong Fang Quan. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Dong Fang. Haha. If you're sincere, why don't you give me another 4th grade Saint Stone? Dong Fang Quan laughed. His eyes shone with a cunning gleam. That's what I should do. Duan Lingtian was not stingy. With a raise of his hand, he took out 2 4th grade Saint Stones and 10 5th grade Saint Stones and placed them in front of Dong Fang Quan. Don't tell me you're a disciple from a 5th-rate force who came out to train and is only temporarily joining our Moon Illumination sect? Dong Fang Quan asked with a smile after putting the Saint Stones away. Duan Lingtian merely smiled in response to Dong Fang Quan's question. He did not reply to him. In front of Dong Fang Quan, he still had to maintain a sense of mystery. This sense of mystery could be the key to maintain the relationship between him and Dong Fang Quan. It could make Dong Fang Quan wary of him and not dare to underestimate him. Elder Dong Fang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian left after bidding farewell to Dongfang Quan. When he was leaving, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave immediately. Initially, I thought He Zhong only wanted to have an ordinary duel with me. I can't believe he's Lu Huan's nephew. Lu Huan's nephew actually issued an ordinary duel invitation to me. Things are definitely not as simple as it seems. Duan Lingtian was certain of this after learning about He Zhong's identity. Zhou Qi didn't mention this to me. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of Zhou Qi. He could not help but frown. He instantly felt Zhou Qi was hiding something. However, he soon regained his senses. Perhaps, even Zhou Qi himself doesn't know about this. However, Lu Huan has such a nephew, and his nephew has a vice-sect leader as his master. Why would he be afraid and even try to curry favor with that inner court elder Zhao Feng? No matter how high Zhao Feng's position in the Moon Illumination sect's inner court is, it shouldn't be higher than the vice-sect leader, right? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. If Duan Lingtian knew Zhao Feng's backer was one of the few saint-stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, he would not have thought so. Due to Zhao Feng's backer, even the few vice-sect leaders did not dare to offend him. Naturally, only the high-ranking officials in the Moon Illumination sect knew about Zhao Feng's backer. Even the outer court elders and inner court deacons did not know about this. Let alone the outer court deacons, inner court disciples, and outer court disciples. 10 days was equivalent to a month on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. During this 1 month, Duan Lingtian had been cultivating on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When the time was up, he left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his courtyard and went to the vast training field in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. The training field was bustling with noise. Not only were the outer court disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation present, but there were also many inner court disciples present as well. The number of inner court disciples present was far more than the number of inner court disciples who came when Duan Lingtian fought Feng Fan a month ago. At that time, there were only a dozen inner court disciples present. This time, there were more than 100 of them present. Some of these inner court disciples were those who had seen Duan Lingtian defeat the inner court disciple, Yi Nan, outside the Merit Pavilion a month ago. Some of them were those who had seen Duan Lingtian kill the Earth Rankings powerhouse, Feng Fan. Chapter 1469. Senior brother He Zhong is here! A sharp-eyed outer court disciple exclaimed in surprise. His voice attracted the attention of the people present as well. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a tall young man with a devilish yet handsome appearance walked over with majestic steps. His green robe fluttered in the wind, accentuating his elegance and elegance. Senior brother He Zhong! Many outer court female disciples' eyes lit up like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey. In the outer court, many outer court female disciples regarded He Zhong as their dream lover. Many outer court female disciples frowned and said, "Compared to senior brother He Zhong, I still prefer senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's handsomeness is masculine. Senior brother He Zhong's handsomeness, on the other hand, is feminine." That's right. Moreover, I think senior brother Duan Lingtian is more handsome. I even dreamt of him yesterday. I dreamt of senior brother Duan Lingtian a few days ago as well. I even dreamt of him bringing a palanquin with 8 carriers to marry me. Marry you? Stop dreaming! How would a monstrous genius like senior brother Duan Lingtian fall for a commoner like you? Pfft. You make it sound as if senior brother Duan Lingtian is interested in you. The outer court female disciples who sided with Duan Lingtian were undoubtedly more. They instantly suppressed the voices of the outer court female disciples who admired He Zhong. Although Duan Lingtian had only been in the Moon Illumination sect for slightly over 3 months, his few moves in the Moon Illumination sect had stunned the entire outer court. In the history of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court, there had never been a genius like Duan Lingtian. Humph! Everyone has their own preferences. I like senior brother He Zhong the most. An outer court female disciple snorted in dissatisfaction. At once, the group of outer court female disciples began to cause a ruckus again. In the end, It was the group of outer court female disciples who admired Duan Lingtian who overwhelmed the group of outer court female disciples who admired He Zhong. Humph! Although He Zhong did not pay much attention to the competition between the outer court female disciples, he still heard it. For a moment, he coldly snorted as a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Duan Lingtian, from today onwards, you will be a cripple. At that time, I'd like to see who else will love you. He Zhong's mentality was a little twisted. In the past, he did not put the female disciples of the outer sect in his eyes. Even if they expressed their love for him, he only enjoyed the feeling and did not reciprocate. But now, seeing that most of the outer court female disciples were biased towards Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but feel jealous. It was as if his belongings had been taken away by Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan, senior brother is here! As an excited cry rang out, all the gazes that were originally on He Zhong landed on the purple figure that was slowly walking towards the training field. It was a young man in purple. He was tall and handsome with a pair of dashing eyebrows. There was a bright and sunny smile on his face. Compared to the evil look on He Zhong's face, they were two extremes. Looking at He Zhong's face would make one feel depressed. However, looking at Duan Lingtian's face made one feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. He's Duan Lingtian? He's only 35 years old. He's so young! Among the group of inner court disciples who came to watch the show, there were many who had an extraordinary cultivation base. They boldly probed Duan Lingtian with their secret spiritual tactic. They discovered Duan Lingtian's age immediately. He was 35 years old. Sensing the waves of spiritual energy sweeping towards him, Duan Lingtian frowned a little. However, he soon relaxed again as if he was not bothered. At this moment, he could not be bothered even if he wanted to. There were at least 20 inner court disciples who probed him with their secret spiritual tactic. Could he go over and teach them a lesson one by one? He really did not have the ability to do so now. To the outer court disciples present on the scene, Duan Lingtian's age was not a secret because they had already found out about it 3 months ago. 3 months ago, when Duan Lingtian participated in the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect, the outer court deacon had probed his age with his secret spiritual tactic. Duan Lingtian! Seeing that everyone's attention had shifted from Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian with his arrival, He Zhong's face turned grave immediately. Although not many people in the outer court knew that He Zhong was the direct disciple of the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, He Zhong was still ranked 3rd in the outer court. However, He Zhong was ranked 3rd in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court after all. He was also a powerhouse at the peak of the mortal shedding stage who was ranked 66th on the Earth rankings. However, his limelight was stolen by a guy who had just entered the sect 3 months ago. How could he possibly accept this? An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 3 months ago had more support in the outer court than an outer court disciple like him who had been in the sect for more than 5 years. He felt like his dignity was being trampled on. It was being trampled on. It was being trampled on. Your junior brother Duan Lingtian? However, when He Zhong turned around to look at Duan Lingtian and greeted Duan Lingtian, the gloomy expression on his face was gone. It was replaced by a friendly smile. Of course, the friendly smile hanging on He Zhong's devilishly handsome face also seemed a little strange. You're He Zhong? Duan Lingtian glanced at He Zhong nonchalantly. Don't you think it's too early for you to call me junior brother? In the martial Dao world, the strong are respected. If you're not as strong as me, don't you think it's a little disrespectful to call me junior brother? After learning about He Zhong's identity, Duan Lingtian knew that He Zhong did not come with good intentions. Therefore, even though it was his first time meeting He Zhong, he was not going to be courteous at all. After all, he and Lu Huan would not rest until one of them was dead. He Zhong was Lu Huan's nephew. He was on the same side as Lu Huan, so it was only natural that he wanted him dead. He felt extremely disgusted when he looked at He Zhong, who was looking at him with a fake smile on his face. Gasp! As soon as Duan Lingtian said that, the group of outer court disciples who were present was in an uproar. They did not expect Duan Lingtian and He Zhong to be so hostile the moment they met. They even suspected that Duan Lingtian and He Zhong had a conflict to begin with. He Zhong did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant. At that moment, a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. The cold gleam flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, Duan Lingtian still caught it. I was rash. I apologize to you. However, He Zhong did not fly into a rage. Instead, he smiled and apologized to Duan Lingtian. At that moment, he seemed very magnanimous. Look! This is the senior brother He Zhong that I admire. He's so magnanimous. Unlike the senior brother Duan Lingtian that all of you admire. He's so aggressive and unforgiving when he just met senior brother He Zhong. What a narrow-minded man! The outer court female disciple who admired He Zhong exclaimed. Narrow-minded? Bah! This is senior brother Duan Lingtian's character. Character, you know? Moreover, since senior brother Duan Lingtian said that, it's obvious that he's confident that he can defeat your senior brother He Zhong and become his senior brother. The outer court female disciple who admired Duan Lingtian replied, unwilling to be left behind. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. If he did not already know He Zhong's identity, he might have been deceived by He Zhong's friendliness. However, at that moment, he became even more vigilant. It was obvious that He Zhong was trying to make him lower his guard by pretending to be weak so that he could deal him a fatal blow at the critical moment. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. I hope he'll behave himself. Otherwise I, Duan Lingtian, am not a pushover that anyone can bully. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced at He Zhong nonchalantly. Then, he walked directly to the center of the training field and turned around to look at He Zhong. Let's begin. My time is limited. I'll have to go back and cultivate after I defeat you. Defeat me? He Zhong smiled faintly. It seems like Duan Lingtian, you're very confident in your ability as well. Don't tell me you're not confident. If that's the case, then there's no need for this battle. You can just admit defeat. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, even though He Zhong suppressed his anger and did not explode, it was difficult for him to pretend to be polite in front of Duan Lingtian. He snorted with a straight face. I've long heard that Duan Lingtian has a powerful mouth. Now that I've seen it for myself, I can see that you really live up to your reputation. Powerful mouth? Duan Lingtian smiled and said sarcastically. Since you think my mouth is powerful, then there's no need for you to speak anymore, right? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just attack? Humph. Do you really think that no one in the outer court can deal with you just because you killed Feng Fan and defeated an inner court disciple at the early Saint Rudiment stage? Faced with Duan Lingtian's sarcasm, He Zhong, who did not have a good temper to begin with, could no longer hold back his anger and vented it completely. Even if you're ranked 99th on the Earth ranking, you're still nothing in my eyes. Since you want me to attack, then I'll fulfill your wish. When He Zhong reached the end of his sentence, he smirked coldly. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long green sword that looked like a willow twig appeared in his hand. Although the 3-foot-long green sword was slender, it was perfectly straight in He Zhong's hand. As true energy was infused into it, it exuded waves of sharp aura. This sharp aura was far from what an ordinary 3-foot-long green sword could compare to. Saint inscription? When Duan Lingtian sensed this trace of aura, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He realized that the 3-foot-long green sword that looked like a willow twig in He Zhong's hand was also a saint weapon that was inscribed with a saint inscription. Duan Lingtian, I'll let you know soon. Even if you can kill Feng Fan, you're still nothing in my eyes. The 3-foot-long green sword in He Zhong's hand trembled and immediately bent like a spirit snake. It was extremely flexible. You said my mouth is powerful, but yours isn't too bad either. A sneer crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he spoke in neither fast nor slow manner. You're seeking death. He Zhong's gaze turned cold. The 3-foot-long green sword in his hand trembled and instantly straightened again. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.